Yeah, we are on now.
Right, so add everyone else.
Yeah. So we have Sam, Vasily, perfect. Well, thank you very much again for being with us. We are going to start now any second. So let me go. Now again to some. Yeah, perfect. Here we are. Are we okay to start, Daniel?
Yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Hello again. Welcome today to our second day of the British-Russian Symposium organized by ASAP, Academic Stand Against Poverty, UK branch, and Juris North. Thank you all very much for attending. Like yesterday, we are going to be using on social media the hashtag ASAPJN2020. So feel free to to share everything on social media, mainly Twitter probably. Today we'll be hosting again Daniel. Hello, Daniel.
Hello.
And myself, Jorge. When I do the introductions, I'll introduce all our speakers like we did yesterday with their titles, their home universities. But then we'll refer to each of us by using our first names. So again, we'll have Daniel, in the case of Daniel, or myself, Jorge, and so on with the other people. This will take a few minutes just to to make sure we all have the same kind of access today. If you are planning to share your audio, in principle, when you come to the room, you will be all muted. You will be able to unmute yourself. You are completely free to do that. Please do it only when we go for the questions and answer sessions. We expect, quite a few people today, like yesterday. So ideally, we would have one person at a time talking. So please, out of respect, one at a time. So if we have the first speaker, let's say Sam Walker, talking, let him talk. Then we'll have the second speakers and so on. And then questions and answers, we'll open the microphone so you all can participate. Video, because this is, and I'll explain the disclaimer later, because this will be transmitted live and will be recorded. Please feel free to cancel your video. All this is at the bottom of your screen. You should have the menu, first of all, the microphone, and second, a small camera. Just click on that camera if you wish to cancel your video. We are happy you do that. If you do have questions, I was referring yesterday to the introverts and extroverts. If you are an introvert, if you feel shy about asking a question, a face-to-face question today, that's covered. You go once again back to the bottom of the screen. You should have a small box that says chat. And when you click on that box, you should be able to send us messages. Let's assume I'm asking a question. Daniel, would you mind? Because I don't have, my box here. Just to show people, if I'm asking you, where are you from? Or where are you now? I would ask you to be typing if you don't mind sharing. I'm from Argentina. In my case, I am here in Manchester, the UK. Why I'm doing this? It's simply, for you to be familiar with the sort of tools you will have. Thank you, Daniel. I can't see where it is now because it's at the top for me. So if we do that, we'll have access to inform. Thank you. Here I have a question from Daniel, and I'm going to type my answer. Argentina, UK. Yes. We have Danielle Denny here, one of our speakers today. She's from Brazil, and so on. The idea when you have a question or simply a comment, feel free to write your question, write your comment. This is for us, only people that are on Zoom. Nobody else will have access to this. In that way, if you don't want to ask yourself, you can simply write the question, and Danielle or myself will ask this question to the speakers. If we have Sam again, hello Sam again, here in the UK. one of our speakers later. If you do want to talk face-to-face to us, to the speakers, like we say, an extrovert, you may use another option. Again, questions and answers. Simply when we have that time, open your microphone and talk to us. Again, this will be done one at a time, and I'll explain that when we have the questions and answers sessions. So the idea, we have one question and one of the speakers will be talking to us. Hi, Wei, thank you for joining. I sent you a Facebook request. Let me say this, because what you see, the Facebook Live, it's not my personal account. I created that account only for this event. So please do not send me invites, because I'm not going to accept them. Yes, I have a personal account and I only share that with my friends. So Wei, you are my friend now. I sent you a request. Coming back to what we are going to do. Video and written questions, feel free to ask in any way you want. Whether, talking to us with your face, without your face, or simply by writing a question. Yes, Daniel, I will. I'm loving this. Anything else I'm missing, Daniel, for the practicalities? I think that video, microphone, questions and answers. Perfect.
Yeah,
The disclaimer now. Let me go back. This is a live event. We are doing this, several organizations. The idea is to do this for free. All our speakers are doing this for free. They are going to share their research. Sometimes to do this research takes months, if not years in some cases. We have a paper today written by 4 different people, colleagues of mine, mainly from Brazil, and so on. What we are trying to do, we are going to be happy to share. So please, if you want to use this information, send me an email. I'm the organizer, just to centralize the information. And I would ask the permission, or I would put you in touch with the speaker in particular, or the researcher in particular. The same with all the attendees. We will be sharing this video, and right now we are live. So that's why, bear in mind, you may cancel your microphone, you may stop your video. You own your image. We assume, if you are part, of this event, we assume you agree to participate, and by default, you agree to share your image and whatever you do with us. The only limit today, we have complete academic freedom, complete freedom to discuss. The only limit, I would say, be polite with each other. We will be presenting some controversial issues. In particular, we may have a presentation about refugees, the Syrian situation. We will talk about the coronavirus for obvious reasons. So some of the things we may discuss may be controversial. So bear in mind, just be polite with each other. And I think, am I missing anything else here, Danielle? No.
Good.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. I have to ask because we did this yesterday. Who we are? 3 organizations. I'm going to introduce 2. Danielle will introduce another one. We have Juris North. We have ASAP, Academics Stand Against Poverty, the UK chapter. And then I'll refer very briefly today about the Fundação in Brazil I represent. Juris North, as you may know, we are a discussion group. We were born 5 years ago now. We have 5 different chairs, equal standing, we all have. Veronica Rodriguez Blanco from Venezuela. She works at the School of Law in Surrey. We have William Lucy at Durham. Again, professor, these people are all professors. Mike Gordon in Liverpool. We have Peter Cerne. He used to be in Hull. He's now in Northumbria. Welcome, Vasily. Here we are from Moscow, Russia. I saw now your message. And then myself, I represent 2 institutions in Manchester. Manchester University, I did my PhD there, and Manchester Metropolitan. I work for the competition now. We get together once every month or every 2 weeks to discuss a paper. All the papers are presented by their speakers, by their authors. All these papers are original. That's one of the conditions. And I have to say as well, we run all these events for free at Durham, Hull, Liverpool, Manchester, thanks to each institution. As well, thanks to the speakers, each and every speaker pay themselves the accommodation, and they pay themselves if they have to travel to these locations, the transport. So thank you very much, because again, we've been running successfully these events for 5 years. Usually once a year or every 2 years, we run events like this one, a conference. The first UK Russian conference was back in 2016 with colleagues from Eastern Europe, from Russia, and from the UK. That's about Juris North. Again, this is an example of the things we do, these monthly discussions. And the call for papers is open all year round. We do a selection process because it would be impossible to accept all papers. But we do a selection process. Something we do as well. And now, Daniel, are you okay to talk a bit about ASAP?
Yeah, that's great. Do you mind just cancelling your screen so I can share
Yes,
mine?
thank you very much for reminding me of this.
Let's see if this works. Yep, so I'm from Academics Stand Against Poverty UK. So I'm a trustee for the charity, and Jorge is our chair. We use academic research to influence policy and public attitudes through a network of academics of all levels, from students to senior academics, activists and policymakers, with the aim of finding solutions to alleviate poverty and helping those within poverty to flourish. We work within a wider global organization of ASAP Global. Overall, there's around 21 chapters, and we have 2 of our colleagues here today from ASAP Brazil, which is Clarice and Danielle, who'll be very nicely speaking later. We actually became our own independent charity last year, so the same as Juris North, but all volunteers. We all do this in our spare time when we can. At the moment, we're focusing on these 5 key areas. So that's poverty discourse, so the conversation around poverty in the UK, human rights, looking at uses and violations and the way that government policy maybe actually infringes upon those, democracy, how much people can access their rights, financial and environmental, which is our newest strand. Carla Washburn is our lead on this, and she actually did an introduction yesterday, which we've recorded. So if anybody wants to get more information on that, we can send you the video. So at the moment, there's 6 of us on the board. So there's myself, I work in public law and human rights. There's Jorge, Carla Washburn, our environmental lead. Then there's Helen Lang, who is the founder of Innovation Unboxed. There's Dr. Yasan Gabriel, who works for DeepMind Ethics and Society, and Katerina Tully, who is the founder and director of the School of International Futures. We then work with a network of academics across a number of academic institutions across the UK. So that means that we can take research projects and then break them down. So everybody contributes a smaller piece, which means that we can take the work burden off academics who are already obviously under a lot of pressure, and it means that we can get quite a lot more work out. So an example of this working method was the 2017 Election Poverty Manifesto audit that we did. So it took 29 academics from 23 universities, and then we rated each main parties, that's the Conservatives, Labour and Lib Dems manifesto policy against how they would impact poverty across 12 different areas. And then, so that's just a small introduction to ASAP UK, but if you'd like any more information, then please do get in touch with us, and we are always looking for more volunteers. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Danielle. So it's going to be back to me now. Let me go back to my screen. Perfect. Thank you very much. Now, very briefly about the Fundação. I'm going here. It's a Fundação, or a charity, we will say in Britain. We don't tend to use this word charity in Latin America because we tend to think and feel that it puts people in different levels, different positions. So the idea of a Fundação is to treat all of us in an equal manner. We all have equal right to dignity. So to basic things like food, shelter, education, and so on. I represent them globally. This Fundação is based in Rio de Janeiro, 60 kilometers away from the city center. It's been running for 30 years now, and we work with a local community, Pedra de Guarachiva, 60 kilometers away from Rio de Janeiro. And as Daniel said just now, we had a complete day yesterday, 24th of April, and we put a video about 20 minutes long about the Fundação and how you may help us help others physically, you know, by sending donations. All this is explained. You may find all this information as well. That's why my screen before I have several pages, you know, the Facebook from the Fundação. We have a Just Giving page for the Manchester Deaf Center. I represent them as well here in Manchester, and the Fundação, and then my own page. If you need any detail, please send me an email, and I'm more than happy to share. The video from yesterday, again, as Daniel said, it's already on Facebook and on YouTube. If you want to see that video, we are more than happy to share the complete event from yesterday and today. We had yesterday about 5 hours and 10 minutes of footage with all the presentations and all the discussions. So thank you again for the speakers yesterday. Thank you. Now that I may use the opportunity again, thanks to Kay, Natalina, Kay from the UK, Natalina from Italy, and then we have Anna from Greece, and then we have Dina Q. White and Alexandra from London as well. So thank you all for participating and the discussion as well, because it was very, very interesting. Coming back to the Fundação, anything helps. Now, we had the day yesterday about sovereignty at the level of the individual, whether we own ourselves. We discussed LGBT issues. We even talk about the coronavirus. We were lucky to have Wei with us. He's here today as well. Thank you for coming again from Wuhan, the main area affected in principle. And we discussed issues, not only coronavirus, issues related to discrimination because of this particular situation. It's amazing how people can be discriminated even when we have a pandemic. It's still amazing. And from there, we talk about humanitarian crisis, humanitarian intervention, and so on. The plan is today to move from the micro level, so from the level of the individual to the level of the state, international relations. So we finished yesterday with doing that, and today we'll carry on. Similar, I'll explain later the program, similar to yesterday, we'll start with theoretical papers. That's why Samuel Walker will do his first presentation, like Kay and Natalina yesterday. We'll start with the theory behind all the discussions we'll have later. And then we'll carry on with law and politics. We'll carry on with our colleagues from Brazil, Sao Paulo, Clarice and Daniel. And then we will move on to Russia in particular. We will have Michal and Vasily talking about Russia. Michal from St. Petersburg and Vasily from Moscow. The idea yesterday, today, the complete event, it's to bring a message of reconciliation. Situations like the one we have now, coronavirus, we simply see examples of issues that used to happen, where in Syria, in Latin America, in Afghanistan, in Asia, in Africa, poverty situations in which some people or many people are excluded from clean water, food, shelter, education, and so on. So the idea, again, I put a quote, again, I'm from Argentina, and I put a quote from one of our main authors, Jorge. We come from different tribes, we have different religions, we speak different languages. But why not to be reasonable about it, and why not to start cooperating instead of fighting with each other, or instead of competing? So that's the idea behind what we have today. The main problem we seem to have is this concept or conception about sovereignty. At the level of the individual, we have, again, discussions yesterday. Because I have absolute sovereignty of myself, I'm not going to be willing to compromise with any other. Yes? So if I'm healthy, if I'm strong, if I have my rights, completely granted, why should I care about the others? So that's why we discuss many issues, including LGBT issues, gender issues, differences in terms of now more evident in terms of races, depending on the country I am born or the jurisdiction I belong to. Torture may be a case that may be very hard to prove and to ask for any kind of compensation. And we had all these discussions yesterday, very, very interesting. Today, the idea is to see whether we have equal sovereignty at the level of the states or whether some states may be more equal than others. We started yesterday talking about colonialism and neocolonialism and so on. Even our colleague Carla, as Daniel said, from UCL, she is part of ASAP UK. She introduced the environmental issues. That's one of the things we discuss in ASAP UK. So climate change is related, to what we do at ASAP UK. My take and the things we are trying to do here, sovereignty may be exclusive. So any state may have absolute sovereignty over the territory, but what not to think about a different conception in terms of being inclusive. We are all limited at the level of the individual and at the level of the state. I put myself as an example yesterday just not to hurt anybody else's feelings. I wouldn't be able to do this on my own. That is why, thanks to Daniel and thanks to all the speakers, we are able to push through this situation while all others or many others symposiums, conferences are being canceled or postponed around the world. We decided to still do this event and we ran a very successful day one. And now we are running the second day today. People that are who are in Russia, people who are in Brazil, people who are in Italy, in the UK, and many other places, in Germany, and so on. And we are doing this together from our houses. Why? Because we are all limited, and coronavirus is a metaphor. We are all limited by this situation. However, because we are all limited, we decided to cooperate. Once again, instead of having an exclusive take on sovereignty, we decided to be more inclusive, accept our limitations, and those limitations, instead of seeing them in the negative, we are more proactive in using them to work together. The idea can be replicated in terms of territorial disputes. I research in particular about territorial disputes. That's why for me it's so important. So when we think about Kashmir, when we think about Gibraltar, the Falklands, Jerusalem, there are other ways in terms of dealing with these disputes. One of them has to do with having a more inclusive approach, accepting the other. Very briefly, because we talked quite extensively yesterday, issues that we used to have, these statistics from the United Nations are not new. They are back from 2017, 2018, so before the coronavirus. Poverty was there and still there. These people will be hit by the coronavirus severely. So what the figures I'm going to show here have to do with advice we receive from academics, medical experts, governments, telling people to stop working, to stay at home, or to wash their hands. The issue I see, in particular being from Latin America, it's not that I'm only a PhD and I am a doctor, I have also a bit of empathy. When you don't have access to clean water, when you cannot buy a soap, it's very hard to ask you to wash your hands. When you have to work day to day to feed your family, it is very hard to ask you to stay home. If you don't go to work, you cannot feed your family. It's very easy when you talk about these kind of things from the comfort of your own house when you have an income. But when you have to do these kind of things, again, in Asia, in Africa, in Latin America, even in the UK, because we have poverty in the UK as well, even in the UK, some people must go to work daily, must leave their houses. They don't have any other choice. So again, these kind of figures are just a reflection of the kind of issues we used to have. This is not a novelty, and we seem to acknowledge now because simply the world has the same experience, coronavirus. So the hope, at least this is personal, it goes beyond the Congress, the hope is to see that we share this humanity, and we are here hopefully to enable others to cooperate with others. And I hope it doesn't stop with coronavirus. What I wanted to say, another example, I'm familiar with the deaf community. I've worked for the Manchester Deaf Center for more than 10 years now. I used to be a youth worker with them, working with children 6 to 21 years of age. People don't think about, differently able people, whether these people are blind, hard of hearing, or deaf. These people are as well heated by they are directly impacted by the coronavirus. If you're at home living on your own and you run out of a battery for your cochlear implant or for your hearing aid, you won't have any access to any kind of communication whatsoever, unless of course you have a WhatsApp or you have a friend visiting you and so on. Right now, priorities here in the UK for understandable reasons have to do with coronavirus cases. So these people right now are not the priority, differently able people. So I'm asking you to think about, these kind of issues when people are being excluded, people who live in the UK and any other country that may be fine in terms of their health, apart from some disorders, and they are right now being completely ignored. Again, things about children, and what I refer to, my main area of expertise has to do with territorial disputes. My take and what we've been trying to do here is to challenge the concept of sovereignty without redefining the concept. I think professionally that this concept is still very relevant. We don't need to bring any new definition. We simply need to choose a different conception. The conception it's still out there. It has to do with having a more inclusive approach. One of our speakers yesterday, Kay, referred to this division right now of the world in theory and in practice in terms of this binary understanding, whether, in terms of the feminine against the masculine, the strong against the weak, and so on. And the reality, I came back with this kind of idea. In reality, we have a pluralism of pluralisms. We are all different. We have many differences. Why not to use these differences in terms of understanding sovereignty to be inclusive and enable the cooperation between all these differences? That's why, coming back again to the message of reconciliation we are trying to bring today. I think and I feel all of us, that there is a reason yesterday and today we have people coming, speakers in particular, and the organizations, Juris North, ASAP UK, and the Fundação. I think we are a new, a new breed of academics. What do I mean by a new breed of academics? I think we are the kind of academics that right now realize that we have to work for people and we work with people. That's as well. It's not about adding another line to our CV. That doesn't really make a change. Yes, another publication, something else to feed my ego. The reality, what are we doing for our people, our global community, our regional communities, our local communities? And I think I'm very proud to say all these three organizations, ASAP UK, Juris North, and a different extent, and the Fundação, from the theoretical side or from the action side, we are working for people and with people. And that is why I think we are here in the presence of a new breed of academic, a sort of, and it came yesterday to me, a sort of intellectual revolution. We had the Industrial Revolution in Manchester. I think we are starting an intellectual revolution. There is a need for people like us, a need for people to take a stand, a need for people from different fields of the sciences, from law, politics, geography, medical sciences, and so on, to come together. And without judging, I'm not asking to judge any country, let's say China, the UK, or any government, Boris Johnson or Donald Trump. That's not what I'm proposing here. What I'm proposing, if we don't have the right answers from our governments, we should start bringing proposals ourselves. We should start giving answers ourselves to be more proactive about it. And the last thing I'm going to say before we start with the day-to-day, a message I learned when I was a teenager back in Argentina. A lady from Brazil, she came, she's been working for children for more than 40 years now. She came to Argentina and she gave us a lesson. And that lesson went back to all Latin America. This sign I still use till today. It means not I love you. This is a deaf sign language sign. It doesn't mean I love you. It means I accept you the way you are, and that is why I love you. Usually on the news, people say that the Pope, Francis, he's, as you may know, originally from Argentina, Jorge Bergoglio, his real name. On the news, it said that he learned that sign back in the Philippines. That is not true. He learned the sign from this lady, Brazilian lady, who used to work in Argentina. And she gave that lesson to all of us in Latin America to be more inclusive. I'm proud to say that she was the founder of this foundation I represent, Fundación Angélica Goulart, originally named Shusha Meneghel. Without anything else to say, I'm going to start introducing our speakers. So Sam, be ready. In 5 minutes, probably or less, I'm going to start with you, and then we'll have Clarice and Danielle. First of all, again, similar to, perfect timing, to what we did yesterday, we'll start with Dr. Samuel Walker, here from the UK. And the first paper will be highly theoretical. The idea, we set the tone for the rest of the day. What do I mean by that? We'll deal with key concepts that will, Sam's paper, it's a transition between what we had yesterday and what we will have today, agency and the normative side. What do I mean by that? We will see with his paper that at the level of the individual or at the level of the state, we may talk about different kind of agents, and we'll see a different take from him. That same legal understanding in theory can be applied later to all the discussions we will have with Clarice and Danielle from Brazil and with Michal and Vasily from Russia. This panel, unfortunately, one of the speakers, Rafal, he couldn't make it today, so his presentation had to be canceled. So that's why we changed slightly the order, and we will have later, we have here 4 authors. We will have later 2 of them. Thank you for joining us from Sao Paulo. They are right now in Sao Paulo. Obrigado, Sao Paulo, Brazil. Dr. Clarice Seijas Duarte, obrigado, Clarice, and Dr. Daniel Mendes Denny, obrigado, Daniel as well. Both of them are right now in Sao Paulo, and they represent ASAP Brazil. So without anything else from me, let me see. Are you ready, Sam?
Yep.
Yeah, perfect. So let me stop my share. And thank you very much for listening. And now the floor is for Sam Walker. So you may start, Sam.
Thank you very much, Jorge. So thanks everybody for attending today. I don't have a PowerPoint, so I'm going to just sort of give an outline of the structure, and then I'll just make a start. So so the motivation for this paper is really around arises particularly out of body modification and the law in the UK, how that relates to different modifications that people want. And fundamentally, it's about how can the law recognize and accommodate difference. So some of the discussion yesterday, we were sort of talking about how can law kind of just be more open to complexity and without necessarily trying to simplify all the time. So I started, well, I start this from a sort of, I suppose, a meta-ethical point of view. So really what I was interested in is where do sort of normative values come from, and how do, you know, we have them, and the law is normative in a sense. So it may not be a direct mirror to a particular system of, say, morality, but it incorporates various normative claims. For example, the sanctity of life in medical ethics and medical law is a principle that the law will enforce. But the law also claims to be normative in the sense that it's not really up to us whether we agree with a particular law and therefore can exempt ourselves from it if we do disagree. The law holds that it's kind of applicable to people within its jurisdiction. So I was kind of interested in sort of what does it mean to say, for the law to say this is acceptable and this isn't. And so I started looking at sort of meta-ethics, which is theories about what ethics and morality are. So when we make a claim, what is it that we're doing in that situation? And there's a branch of sort of that field called moral error theory, which holds that when we're making those sort of claims, what we're not doing is we're not referring to something that's really present in the world outside of us. So this is a challenge to what are known as cognitivist approaches, that when we refer to a particular moral property, we're referring to a fact about the world that exists independently of whether we're aware of it or not. Whereas the other branch is called non-cognitivism, which argues that actually in some way we generate our normative and our moral claims. And this isn't necessarily in the sense of each individual makes one themselves, but it's about the source of where these principles come from. Now, moral error theory argues, so this originates with the work of J.L. Mackie, sort of back in the, when was his book? The 70s. And most recently, Jonas Olsson, who I believe was at Oxford at the time, but is based at Stockholm, has written a book, a more sort of modern update, defending this idea of moral error, which in its most extreme or strongest form holds that all kind of moral claims are false. For me, it's really the case that actually they aren't really necessarily true or false. It's not sort of, morality isn't necessarily a search for truth as such. And so if we then apply that to claims, we're sort of accepting there's some kind of jump effectively between what we're claiming and whether that's sort of a real feature of the world. So I don't want to get sort of too bogged down in that, but there have been those who have then argued that if this approach to moral error is correct, it's applicable to all normative claims. So every claim that, for example, so a crude example would be that a 3-month fetus should have the equal rights of an adult human, for example. That might be premised on a particular normative claim about the value of a fetus in that situation. Or it might be simply the idea that someone shouldn't profit from their own wrong, which is a general sort of underlying assumption within law. But the criticism of that moral claim can apply equally to other claims that are normative. So in relation to body modification, where the law says actually you aren't allowed to do this. So there was a recent case where a body modifier cut someone's ear off at their request. And the law said you can only do that for medical purposes. So it effectively disregarded aesthetic goals that individual had, and it was criminalized, and the person who performed that went to prison. So if the arguments that Mackie and Olson have developed are applicable, which is to do with this idea that what we're trying to get at is some kind of irreducible normative thing that we're saying exists in a particular situation or a particular event, or is an attribute of a particular person or entity, that applies actually more widely than just to moral claims. So that leads to the idea that actually all normative claims are subject to this criticism. Now, there have been counter arguments against that. So the strongest one has been around epistemology and the normative claims that we make from knowledge. So the argument is that if to say that certain knowledge is normative in that you should believe something, you should believe X if Y is the case. If that is the case, and we can say they are valid kind of normative claims, then there's no reason why we can't apply that to other areas. So essentially it kind of comes down to the scope of this particular criticism. So if we say morality is subject to moral error, other normative claims can be, but epistemological ones aren't, then, or are they all included, or is it just moral theory that's inerrant? And so it's sort of a question of, so the argument that has gone back and forth is what does that criticism apply to? I'm not really too worried whether it applies to everything or not. I think it's a valid criticism when it comes to claims, particularly about how people should live their lives, and particularly where that is used to impose and reproduce particular views about the good life that are then forced on people. And I think one of the difficulties is body modification is a fairly neutral area, but it's also, I think, something that would be applicable to issues around abortion and euthanasia, as well as cosmetic surgery and so on. So for example, cosmetic surgery is protected by the legal system as therapeutic, even if there is no medical necessity, while sort of, I suppose what would be classed as deviant aesthetic desires are classed as non-medical and therefore criminal if they're performed for non-medical reasons. So that was kind of really what I was thinking about. How can the law, and particularly how can judges, because when judges issue their judgments, they are drawing on certain sort of normative principles, but also associated frameworks. So Charles Fillmore had developed the idea of framing effects. So this is the idea, for example, if you refer to, let's say, how we spend our time, the phrase spend our time draws on a wider economic approach to the use of things. So if you're spending time, you can in theory make a cost benefit kind of analysis. And that draws on a particular discourse. And I think judges do this quite a lot when they talk about, well, anything really. They're relying on partly their own beliefs, partly their beliefs about what the law should do, partly about their beliefs about what the public would accept or wouldn't. But they're sort of drawing on these particular, and to go back to some of the comments yesterday, these particular sort of narrow perspectives that they then reinforce. So how do you get judges, lawyers, politicians, how do you get people to think about those alternatives that we talked about, and in particular sort of what Kay was talking about in terms of the potential futures and the different possibilities of law, and partly what we talked about yesterday, where it comes to making students aware that it's not the law is not a set of rules that you just memorize and apply. There are arguments about what they apply to, how should they apply, what counts as mitigating circumstances, and so on. So I suppose I've I mean, I do kind of accept this argument that actually our normative claims are not sort of properties that we discover in the world, but they are, I would say, intersubjectively produced through history, through culture, through socialization, and through individual beliefs and experiences, because people can have experiences that lead them to challenge existing norms, challenge existing sort of power structures. So then the question is, what sort of implications follow from that? And in particular, what does that mean for the legal system? So I think the comments that Jorge was making about the need to cooperate, I think lead to quite a pragmatic approach to what should the law be trying to do. So, and this is not an exhaustive list, but this is sort of, there's 4 elements to interaction that I think are strong enough to ground an idea that actually difference is something that the law should be trying to integrate and support, rather than trying to eliminate because it doesn't fit into, the simplifying categories that the law needs to work on. So the first one is self-reflexivity, which is simply our capacity to reflect upon ourselves and our place in the world, and reflect upon the wider social world that we live in. Because without that, you literally wouldn't be able to kind of imagine alternatives. The second is limited capacity. So the fact that actually one person can't do everything, and in fact, what we can produce from teamwork is much greater than what could possibly be done, barring super AI being created. I think vulnerability is the other factor. There are all times that we will all have where we need some help from somebody, whether that's financial, emotional support, guidance, things like that. And then finally, heterogeneity. So the fact that we are just different. I mean, it's kind of trite, but we are all unique. We're all different. And I think particularly when you start looking at those who don't conform to, patriarchal norms around, sort of autonomy and individual willpower and strength of character and blah, and all of those kind of very masculine kind of ways that people should be. We're all, no one meets that entirely. And so because of these features of just how we have to live and how we have to interact with each other, for me, that is a call to incorporate difference rather than deny it. So that would mean acknowledging that there are different values and that people have different ways they want to live, and how best can the law accommodate, support, and secure those. And so the point that was made towards the end of yesterday, particularly by Dina, was around how do we actually implement that? How do we actually then try and get judges to think differently, to talk differently? Yeah, exactly. To how do we get them to realize that these binaries are both to an extent fictitious, but also inadequate to explain the complexity. And so with that, the irony was then I was concerned that I was about to sort of suggest that we have like a single mechanism to resolve all this. But I think really that's what's led me to the idea of agency. So my sort of PhD and sort of master's research was all around medical law. So that's sort of where I've encountered notions of autonomy the most. But I prefer the notion of agency to autonomy for the simple reason that autonomy, I think, tends to set up this kind of very competitive almost approach that I either have a right to make that decision or I don't, and it's not. I think agency is much better at accommodating the fact that we all do make decisions, but we all make them within a bounded context. We're all limited by the circumstances in which we live, and by the people around us who can help or hinder, implementing those decisions. So I guess my idea around agency is really that, and again, it would be interesting to know whether people from jurisdictions where judges very much more drive an investigative style of legal dispute rather than the UK's kind of much more adversarial approach. I guess I'm talking particularly about courts because I think judges are in a particularly unique position to be able to drive those sort of changes because of the effect of their kind of pronouncements and judgments. Effectively, it needs to be, I suppose, much more discursive and open is I guess the fundamental point I'm aiming at. So for example, in the body modification case, there was no rule that this particular form of body modification was unlawful, which is why it ended up going to court, because there was a gap, a lacuna. It hadn't really been dealt with or discussed or addressed before. So the judge, and this was at the Court of Appeal, the judges were in a position to say, actually, this is an exception to the normal rules around offences against the person, that we're going to recognise that some people have aesthetic ideals that are not dominant, that are not particularly prevalent, but just as valid as, sort of the kind of, I guess, the industry push beauty standards that are quite prevalent in sort of advertising and TV portrayal. So the judges were in a position to actually say, yes, this is lawful. Now that might have provoked a great sort of public anxiety, might have provoked discussion at the political level in Parliament. It may have led to a Supreme Court case and so on, but I mean, I don't see those as a problem if those discussions are happening. I think the difficulty in this case is that it's shutting down those kind of discussions by saying, actually, because what you wanted is not what we recognise as sort of beautiful or as desirable. It's closing down those alternative ways of being. But I think part of the problem is that judges aren't necessarily aware, and particularly lawyers when they're presenting arguments. We talked a bit yesterday about the need to kind of fit in with the institutional culture of the system while also challenging it. But I think particularly those who are in practice, and if anyone is in practice, I'm not trying to generalize, but I think in practice there perhaps might be a stronger tendency to operate within the parameters of the system. Whereas I think if judges were kind of much more aware that actually these particular claims around what people are or what people are allowed to do, they are kind of one perspective. They are one way of approaching things. And for me, this is one of the reasons that I find the idea of sort of normative error and the idea that there are not kind of real objective properties important, because if there are real objective properties in the world, that allows you to impose them on other people because they're true, they're sort of universal truths. And I think in a society that's much more globalized, that's much more diverse, that and this isn't much more diverse in the sense that diversity is something new. There's always been difference, and we talked yesterday about cultures that have words for non-male and non-female genders. So these differences have always been present. They've just been more or less recognized historically. But if we can't simply just say this is a true statement of the world, this is the true kind of morality, then we need a different way of approaching those differences when they're encountered. And I think agency is a way to do that, because agency recognizes the context in which we operate, and I think it also recognizes that there's difference and different ways of expressing agency. I think it might potentially, if judges and lawyers were kind of, and also activists and pressure groups and politicians were just more open to this idea that these differences are not objectively necessarily bad or worse in some sort of abstract kind of theoretical sense. I mean, certainly I think from a pragmatic point of view, we might say someone who derives pleasure from sadistically torturing people, that's something we might want to stop without necessarily, but I think there are strong enough arguments why we would want to stop that don't require us to develop necessarily kind of universal objective truths around the world, about the world. So that's kind of a pragmatic argument based on the fact that we rely on each other, that we need each other, and that we are different, and that difference isn't something that's problematic if we can break away. And again, states and governments and judicial systems might struggle with this because complexity is not something, the simple solutions, and the law does simplify, it categorizes, it creates the legal subjects that it applies to, and it does so in a way that generally simplifies our existence into you're a taxpayer and you owe X amount, or you are a patient and you have this right, or you're a parent and you have these certain rights, and so on. A secondary argument, I thought, which I don't think is as strong or as the pragmatic argument, is that actually it's because it's very context dependent, is that certainly in the UK, the government claims to be a liberal democratic political order. And therefore, I think if it wants to live up to that, it needs to be more open. It needs to, for example, with the recent consultation on the Gender Recognition Act and reform there, it needs to introduce non-binary gender as a category if it wants to be truly liberal and accept that people are different. Now, that might be quite a strong argument in certain political contexts, but I don't think it's as strong or as widely as applicable as perhaps the more pragmatic argument, because those sort of conditions of interaction, I do think do apply pretty much to most people, to most situations. But then agency would be a very different way, certainly of the courts operate in, if they actually were not necessarily can you present a legal argument that we recognize as valid, but being able to introduce entirely new ideas around this is actually an expression of what I value, and it doesn't cause harm to other people, so there's no real reason for the law to intervene, to try and limit sort of my expression in that context. And it would also require an awareness of sort of the semantic frames, the framing effects of talking about things in certain ways. So I suppose the classic is around BDSM and sexual activities around that and sexual autonomy, and how judges can refer to that as cruel or violent, or they could refer to it as an expression of sort of intimate connection with others. So the classic case of Brown in the mid-90s, that was very much, the language was very much about sort of corruption, cruelty and violence. But a similar case at the time, which involved branding and which did require hospital treatment, was referred to as an expression of a loving relationship. That was partly because it was between a man and a wife in their matrimonial home, whereas Brown was a group of homosexual men. But both of those could have been talked about in different ways. They both could have just really focused on the physical injurious aspects, or they could have focused more on the emotional content and emotional expressions that were being held there. But the judgments don't do that. They talk about them in very different ways. And so I think one of the important things about agency is that there is this opening of discursive frameworks and discussions around what it is we're talking about. You know, are we just talking about harm because that's how we're viewing the whole activity, or are we talking about relationships and things like that? So I just will finish on the concern I have that while this would be quite, I think it would be good if there was this greater awareness of these different ways of valuing and talking about things. It would increase the complexity of certainly court arguments if you can introduce kind of what would classically be called extra legal arguments, I suppose. And it would make courts much more discursive than they currently are. So it's not necessarily then about winning arguments, it's about talking about, is this something that it's appropriate for the state to apply sort of its powers around physical restraint and through law enforcement, is it something they really need to be concerned about? And I suppose just to say, it doesn't really matter whether it's, to me, it doesn't really matter whether it's one person who wants to do it or 10,000 people. It's, in fact, in many ways, if there's only a few people who want to do it, there's stronger arguments to leave them to do it. So yeah, so I mean, it would increase complexity. Do you want me to just respond to a couple of the comments around agency now? Because one of the difficulties with both agency, but also with the idea of what's normative, is that they're quite wide and open concepts. So I haven't been too prescriptive about what exactly it is, but I have talked about it in, if I just elaborate a little bit, it's more about I suppose it's more about the recognition that when it comes to decision making, that it's, we need to recognize the context in which we're making those decisions, and that those decisions can differ quite significantly from what other people would think. So for me, it's kind of about those different possibilities. So if we're aware, and there's a phrase, sort of affordance space, which I can't quite remember the source of at the moment, but I can find it for you. But that's the idea that within the realm of decisions that we can make, once we're aware of what those possibilities are, then it sort of becomes a bit easier to think about pursuing those. And this is in the sense of some ideas might not fit within the institutional apparatus as it currently exists, but they are possible if that apparatus also changes. So I don't really, I guess I suppose what I have to say is I don't have a hugely deep concept of agency in that sense. But yeah, I think but then I also was concerned that having a too strict a definition or a too stricter approach to agency would kind of be doing what I was criticizing judges of doing, which is saying this is the way things should be done. So I'm happy to discuss that later on when we get to the questions, and input and comments would be most welcome. So, but I'll leave it there. So thank you for listening.
Thank you very much, Sam. I'm thinking before we start with Daniela and Clarice, a few things. You know, I'm not surprised. You know, I like when people, you know, see the connection between your paper and what we discussed yesterday. You know, in particular, what you mentioned, you know, from the theory, the idea of binary and non-binary, and then when we talk about Dina's, you know, and her discussion. So I found it interesting why I'm saying this, because you mentioned agency. I mean, 2 or 3 things before we start. you don't have a concept. I don't think you need a concept. It's more of a notion, because if not, I think you would be limiting yourself by defining. And then I think you gave us a bit of a clue when you talk about your self-reflexivity, limit capacity, vulnerability, and so on. I think you gave us a sort of template to play, which is flexible enough in order to get an understanding. And just a few comments before we start with the next one. And the other one I found interesting at the national law level, you talk, it is true. We don't include extra legal arguments, but we may take an example in public international law, because I've been doing research about this, and we do take extra legal arguments for territorial claims. So, I wonder if it's very, very, very in tune with what we discussed yesterday. If we can learn from the macro to the micro, and from the micro to the macro. Because again, in public international law, there are some extra legal arguments that can be taken into account when we have territorial disputes. Yeah, so just we'll have the discussion later, but just to show the connection, because I think your paper was very well placed between the 2 days, between the discussions yesterday and what we'll have today.
Yeah, thank you very much for that. That's good to know, and something to look into. And one thing I didn't really talk about too much, because there are other people I think who are sort of far better to place, but I think the idea of not becoming too kind of dogmatic about particular normative claims, and I think it calls to mind the issues around the UN being dominated by the Security Council, who have particular views about things, and and I don't know how well it would work, but I certainly think there's scaling up, to the state, to the international level is certainly possible, and also I think in some respects desirable, so that we don't see things as too kind of isolated from the larger scale.
Yeah, that's very, very interesting. Thank you very much, Sam. Now, do we have Danielle and Clarice?
Yeah, I'm here.
Yeah, perfect. Who is going to start? Is it Danielle or is it Clarice?
Me.
Perfect, Danielle. So your floor now. Thank you very much, Sam, again. And now Danielle. Danielle from Sao Paulo, Brazil. Thank you for coming. Obrigado, Danielle.
Just a couple of seconds till I manage to share my screen.
Get ready in the meantime. Again, I did all the formal introductions before, but she is Dr. Danielle Mendez Denny. So Danielle from now on. Are you ready, Danielle?
Oh, hold on a sec.
Yeah. Take your time.
Oh. What happened here? I tried this before.
I think you must have started. Is that the first slide? I think, yeah, that's
it. Okay. Yeah. It always happens with me. It's impossible. My first presentation, the sound exploded in a room of 100 people. So I kind of, in a not good relation with technology when I expose anything.
Don't worry, I know we are also fast from Latin American. We'll do it. So again, are you ready to start?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Sorry about it. I'm going to mute myself. If you need any help,
okay.
I'm here.
Okay, thank you. Hi guys. Today I will present a part of our paper. We developed four-handed, 8-handed for people here in Brazil. We analyzing this problem of national measures to deal with global problems, and we pick it up the problem very much identified that is by this coronavirus outbreak, that are the inequalities in the health system. So we'll use Brazilian data basically, but also go through a more broad analysis, having in mind this problem is not it can never, and it was never a national problem. It is a global problem, a challenge, not a problem. Health system has to be dealt. It's one of the examples of wicked problems like climate change. We need solutions that are multi-stakeholders, internationally agreed, and very complex to reach that. So, but summing up our part here, I just have 10 minutes with you. So this is our challenge now. We have this globe dealing internationally with things, and then suddenly appears this invisible enemy that it's totally tilting the balance towards an unknown path. We don't know where we are going. As Kay brilliant mentioned in her presentation yesterday, we only can be prepared, and not with blueprints or vague ideas. We have to work this out previously, right now, to show solutions, to have spotted the basic flaws and go for it. Go deal with this challenging situation with concrete solutions. And of course, they are not easy. The problem is not easy, so the solutions can never be easy. And my idea here is in 10 minutes to talk all about globalization, health, and as a global issue, surveillance, and the impossibility of us to get back to normality. Those, as Nathalie was saying yesterday, my friends are willing to come back to normality. I just wonder, what normality are you talking about? That's totally impossible, isn't it? So I think it's a very small time to talk all about this, so I will only glimpse a little bit about some topics that are well more analyzed in our paper, in our written paper, I mean, okay? So see this as a virtual video abstract, short presentation, very summarized. But the first point is that globalization, as we knew, this normality that we had till 2019 was constructed around an economy that was basically global value chains organized. What it means, you outsource your production, you manage a well dynamic distribution process, logistics are very intense, and also IT. So your ability to share information, ability to manage your production from abroad, and law in this sense is pretty much about services and licensing. So it had a very big challenge and went through a very deep change in the last 20 years. But basically, what was blatant is the interdependence we had. Nothing more can be dealt, basically nothing. Saying my breakfast, maybe, you know, the most peculiar individual decisions cannot be totally isolated from the global sphere. So we have global challenges in front of our noses on a daily basis. And this brought a pretty nasty consequence, that this globalization, the way it went, was having the benefits to only a very, very, very little number of people. So many were left behind, and this was the reason to this wave of populism that we are facing. So everything is great again. Britain is great again. Brazil is great again. America is great again. Whoever you're talking about is great again. We are seeking this past that is not identified directly. It's something of an idea of let's break with this globalization. It is wrong. It is wrong, as I'm not sure which speaker said yesterday, but she was very concerned. Oh, it was not a speaker; it was an attendee. She said, "Oh, I'm pretty glad Kay was saying about the United Nations. It is a failure. We don't have an idea of a well done international regime in place. So we had a lot of trying and a lot of failures, and this is basically the reason of this wave of populism. I call this digital populism because it's very rooted, very rooted in fake news and digital lighting. I mean, throw stones, virtual stones in the enemies, the political enemies, someone that takes the position a slightly different way than you, and that's where we went. So our system, the post-war, post-second war system, the Bretton Woods system, is totally doomed, basically. So we in a dreadlock. We had this problem already. We were facing this challenge. COVID-19 didn't bring it with it, but it only highlighted. So about this problem that already existed, we had this global health ruled by national laws and bringing a lot of injustice. You see, basically, because global economic forces and macroeconomic environments in the local basis of this structure bring this avoidable terrors to a massive amount of people for many years. The COVID-19 only exacerbated that, basically, and especially to the poor. You see, this is a picture of favela. Brazilians are very used to it. It's lots of houses, for those who doesn't know. And this is our idea. I don't know if you see my movie, my cursor here, but the picture underneath it is a pretty much Western family house with internet, hot water, sanitary situations. So how can this, as Jorge said early this morning, the poor that are living here in the first picture, they actually don't have they don't have the means to stay at home. And if they stay at home, they don't do anything because they don't have internet. In Brazil, we have a lot of internet, but through WhatsApp, because it's free to use, there is a law that passed a couple of years ago that made free to use the WhatsApp app. So the interface that these people can use is only WhatsApp. How can you work through WhatsApp all the time? We couldn't do this through WhatsApp, for instance. So this person can't afford to go online as we are to monitor this afternoon. I don't know what time, in what place of the globe you are. But you see, so we have this problem exacerbated, and it's especially also with the distribution of medicines. Medicines to poor people is a challenge, even for diseases very old, like dengue and problems like this. But the COVID-19 is a little bit more challenging than that. And reaching the end of my time, but I ask you 5 minutes more. Clarice, sorry, I hurry up through this, I promise. So, but the basic problem is not the medicine, the distribution alone, but also the digital surveillance. This is maybe worse than the virus itself. We can be facing a new world of biosurveillance. What I mean, your personal data about your health, your temperature, your blood pressure, your eating habits, your location, where you are. Location is it's not there's a professor in UCL that points this very importantly. Location is not a personal data per se, but it's very important for you to cross information, where you are, with whom, doing what. So this is a door to censorship and dictatorship. So what is this new normality that we will construct? We have a challenge. We can build this new normality using the social distance and facing the economic meltdown in a way that deals with populism, dictatorship, and uses the democratic institutions, but it's very challenging. We have to be aware that the default mode is my kids here. The default mode. No, we can all time for lunch. Oh my God. I'm hungry. Okay,
Don't worry. Go
Oh
on.
my God. The default mode here is the housemaid tales. Unfortunately. Okay, darling, can you give me a break? Thank you. Oh, sorry. And so we have this challenge to find a balance to this health system, coordinating this through national borders, but in a way that we can have the economics behind it. So we cannot be naive and say, oh, governments will be very, very good in essence and will do the best. They will not. Economy has to push forward. So we have to structure through legal systems ways to make possible to finance, invest, and have this strong economy behind this global health system that supports this new situation of interdisciplinary and interdependence of many nations with the global governance that is demands. So one option is what Professor Pogue, that's ZAP's founder, plan the Health Impact Fund. What is this? A way that goes aside with the patent system, that's what we have today. So we have a strong incentive to invest in medicines and hospitals beds that are for the rich people and not to those investments needed to poor people. So this Health Impact Fund proposes a new form of dividing the borders and to this. So summing up and asking many apologies for going far behind my time and for the interference here. What I have to say here is that we need a more collaborative and egalitarian way to finance, to implement, to research, to invest, to deal politically with this health system that it is global, it was global, and will continue to be global. And we'll have many more pandemics ahead of us for sure. So that's it. Bye. Thank you. Sorry for my...
Obrigado, Daniel. Don't be sorry. This is part of a cooperation. Very good. And thank you, Sam, as well. I forgot to clap the hands. Thank you, Sam, as well. Sorry.
Thank you.
Daniel. Do we have Clarice now?
Yes, I'm here.
Perfect. Thank you. Obrigado, Clarice. So we have now Clarice Seijas Duarte.
Yes.
Now your floor. I'm letting you now take over, Clarice. Let me mute myself. I'm muting myself, Clarice.
Okay. So thank you for the invitation, Jorge. We have been working with HAZAP chapters in different countries for some years, and I'm very glad to be here and to talk about this such an important theme for everybody, for global. It's a global issue, and I would like to bring some and to develop Danny's points, some of Danny's points about what is to be affected by this pandemic, this virus in a developing country. And the problem that when we don't have federal government that has leadership, that trusts in scientific evidence and everything, how bad it is for our country. We were talking before the lecture started, I was talking to Jorge, the difference between Argentina and Brazil, the way they are coping with this. And this is so important even for election purposes, because the popularity of the president of Argentina now it's really is going really well. And in Brazil, we have some fanatic people that will believe in everything, even without scientific evidence, that support our current president. But I'm going to try to bring some alternatives of how to deal with this problem, even if we don't have this precise, unique command from our federal government. And I would like to show, as this problem is, we have to deal with this. Not only, I think we have three different battles that are, of course, articulated among each other. But we have the battle against the virus itself, against the economic, not only the economic impacts it will have in our economy, but our economy was not only the world's economy, but especially in Brazil and other developing countries that suffers the effects of austerity measures, economic measures that had practically destroyed part of our social welfare system that was designed by our 1988 Constitution. But thanks God, we have a huge structure that is our unique national system, health system, that if we didn't have that, it was the result of a lot of popular movements that during our before the 1988 Constitution was launched, they had brought the sanitary movement, brought this huge worry about how to deal with sanitary and health problems of our huge population. That is, a lot of people don't have money to go to health facilities without bankrupting, or even sometimes they don't have, as Jorge was saying, money to access to clean water, to have soaps, to wash their hands and take, they live in super populated places. They don't have access to a lot of sanitary facilities. And we have now a huge unemployment or precarious employment. So I'm going to start talking about some peculiarities of this specific crisis, that is the coronavirus. That is, it's not only a sanitary, and there is not only the health pandemic, but it came with a huge crisis that is not only economic, but also energetic, because we had a very huge decrease of the price of the barrels of oil in our economy just before the pandemic really spread all over the world. So, but what happened is that the pandemic is kind of getting mixed and even hiding the effects and the problems of that we were already going to have with this huge economic crisis that is result of this, the problem of the decrease of the very intense and in a short period of time of the oil. But so both of them, the economic and the sanitary crisis, they came together. And some people, as we don't know almost anything about the behavior of this virus, how long is it going to take, this pandemic? We know it will take a long time, but we don't know exactly how much time. So we don't know exactly how to deal with it if people that are infected while whether they are going to they may be infected again, or are they going to be immunized for that. So we have a lot of scientific doubts about the pandemic, and on the other hand, we try to compare this crisis to other crises, like the 1929, the Great Depression, the 2008. So some academics try to compare the situation we are living now with some they knew before, and they knew their consequences and something to. So what do they talk about when they compare these different situations? So first, in the coronavirus pandemic, it is comparing it to other pandemics, big pandemics. It does not stand out for its mortality rate, but for the speed of its contagion and its universal expansion. So now we have already 213 countries that have the problem. So it's practically universal. Today, 25th of April, we have 2,007,989 cases in the whole world, and with 187,700 deaths, according to World Health Organization data. In Brazil, we have already 2,900 deaths and 45,077 cases. But Brazil, unfortunately, we cannot trust very much this data because according to the Oxfam report, Brazil is one of the countries that conducts the least COVID-19 tests per capita worldwide. So we don't have much tests, and we have a lot of procedures to fake. We are going to talk about this later. So the pandemic this pandemic is a unique crisis. In terms of pandemic, it's comparable to in 100 years. It's the worst one after the Spanish flu. But the thing is that it has, differently from other crises, it has two causes, not only the epidemiological, but the economic one, or energetic, as we were saying. So we were already, we have been passing through a financial earthquake worldwide. It's what Fiore said. As a result of the decrease in the price of the barrel of oil, as I have said. So it's the biggest crisis in the last 100 years in terms of the pandemic and the crisis in the oil industry itself. So in this scenario, the economic crisis end up being confused with the pandemic. But the difference is that the pandemic has endogenous causes. This crisis has endogenous factors like the the problems of the capitalist economy, but it also has been deepened for these external causes, like the virus itself. So it's difficult to predict the moment, but if we compare with the 1929 and 2008 economic crisis, these two past causes have endogenous as a result of the capitalist economy. And while the current one has been affected by the capitalist economy crisis and problems, endogenous problems, but it has the external factors that cause it. So it doesn't obey only economic laws. It has to face with all this unknown universe of this specific virus. So in this scenario, what can we predict for the future? What can we compare? What can we learn about past experiences? So Mark Harrison from the Oxford University, he compares this terrible crisis with the Black Plague. He states that an essential result of the plague is the fact that it caused the centralization of state power. And the territorial delimitation, he points as a strategy used to control and limit contagion, spreading new hygienic practice among the populations that still lived under feudal servitude. But what Juris believes is that Mark Harrison's is completely right. His theory sounds perfect, especially if we take into account the selfish reaction of national states through the ages whenever they have had to deal with contagious epidemics that transcend their territorial border. On the author's, the Mark point of view, except for the Black Plague, other epidemics like Spanish flu may have brought a lot of change in medical or health. It may have brought medical or health advances, but on the other hand, it not produced any significant historical disruption. That is the point. There are some people that think, oh, now we are going to have a lot more solidarity. We can expect that. But on the other hand, according to some academics, while the Black Plague really brought a structural change because of the centralized the power and defined its territories, everything. Fiore, for example, doesn't believe on this possible result of the coronavirus. And why? Why it's different? He thinks it is different because it will, for him and some other authors, the pandemic will accelerate some changes that our system, capitalist system, and the globalization like it was going, would already pass through. For example, the position of China in the global scenario, it is going to change after this, probably it's going to change after this crisis. But it would already, it was something that was already about to happen, but maybe it was accelerated now with the coronavirus. So why does he think that? Unlike wars, he thinks that when we have a common enemy that unite the population against a common enemy, in the case of a pandemic like this one, what does he think? Besides the accelerated acceleration in the globalization progress and different positions among some countries like China, he thinks that another point that will be accelerated or will be more exposed during this period is the selfish behavior of some states that we are already, we have some examples like the blockade of Cuba and Venezuela, the unilateral sanctions that some countries, they are even deepening, causing more suffer for the population of these countries, even in a humanitarian crisis like this. So this is a pessimistic view of the thing, but it's not, it's based in some realities we are watching now. So what does he say? So he thinks that this selfish defensive reaction of some states and classes and citizens, because in the case of a pandemic, it also happens. We don't have something that unites people, but the different classes, different citizens, different, and they are fighting with each other sometimes to have the medical facilities that are, we don't have it in sufficient amount for everybody. So this is some problems and some pessimistic views of the effects, probable effects, and of the pandemic. Of course, there are some countries and some initiatives that demands or requires changes in our capitalist system and the relations among countries, among multilateral institutions, and probably it will also happen. What I'm trying to say is that we are going to have to see some characteristics and process that each country were already going through. They are going to be deepened because of the pandemic. So, but there will not, in this point of view, there won't be any geopolitical significant change in the world system, like the Black Plague, for example. It will accelerate the speed of transformations that the world had already been crossing. There are lots of academics that think like that. For example, Chomsky, he calls the attention for the fact that during the current crisis, some developed countries are consciously designing policies to impose more sanctions, like I have said, to maximize the pain of poorest or more vulnerable countries. And the ironic thing, he says, is that, for example, Cuba is now helping Europe as they have a robust health system. They have a lot of problems, but they have invested in their health and educational system. And even China is now cooperating with Argentina. I saw a declaration of the Xi Jinping that he was saying he himself, while he was in China and he was young, he had received some help from Argentina during the Mao Zedong era. So now he gave it back. It was really nice. Of course, these countries, they have their own interests, but they will try to show, some of them will try to show a more cooperative and solidarity with the others, while others are deepening their already existent sanctions, for example. So what almost every academic sees is the substantial economic contraction, probably for more than 2 digits, like 10% or more, reaching 50 million jobs at least. So while some think that this is an opportunity, like to change the situation, to make the capitalist more solidarity and to reduce its inequalities. Others think no, the different countries are not going to be affected in the same way. So while big countries and some sectors of their economy will have help very quickly, as we have seen. In Brazil, I'm going to talk about it in a minute. We have a lot of difficulty for the poorest to get some help from the government to design a quickly emergency system to deal with the situation. So what is going on? We have already the social protection measures to help the poor. They were decreasing all over the world, and especially in, it brings a lot of bad negative results for poor countries. So in our case, the problem is all these things are affecting the different countries. But in Brazil, our biggest enemy seems to be our, not outside our borders, but inside the country. Jair Bolsonaro, when he was elected at the end of 2018, he was elected. He declared that one of his primary goals was to align his government with the objectives of the United States empire. He declared it formally. He said that, and he is since then doing a lot of things to destroy or to weaken our public companies, our public banks, and a lot of things that are Brazilian heritage, and that are being, so our sovereignty is being affected by a president that doesn't take care of our own interests. So we have a lot of juridical deregulation measurements, even before Bolsonaro won, when we had Michel Temer. And since then, our Brazilian welfare state is really being affected. And the pandemic made, in the same sense as in international, the global perspective, made our previous problems the country had already been experiencing get much more in depth. So the fight in our case is against our own federal government, so that he can produce more damage to our interests. So what is going on? The first fight is against, that Bolsonaro takes, is against our governments, the governments of the states, especially the governments of the Northeast. He put many obstacles for the state's governments to implement the horizontal isolation. That is the only way to deal with the problem when you don't have sufficient masks, respirators, and medical facilities. So not only he doesn't elaborate himself a national plan to deal with the problem, but he tries to prevent the government states to put in practice their policies to deal with the problem. So what happened, it's so absurd, the situation, that our national health minister, our past health minister, because he was failed, he was hired, because he was the sensible voice in the executive branch. Although he made some mistakes in the past, he voted, for example, for the most austerity measure in Brazil, that is an amendment of the constitution that freezes the money we would invest in social rights for 20 years. So he was for this. He was against the an important program that we brought Cuban doctors to Brazil to help reach some very difficult regions that a lot of Brazilian doctors didn't want to go in the very regions that are very far from the centers of the city, difficult to reach, and had very bad situations in terms of sanitary conditions and everything. So what is happening? We are having a lot of fights among a federal fight between the president and our governors. And because of that, it is difficult to flatten the curve. That is the most important strategy. Also, we have a lack of coordination among not only among the federal government and the state governments, but among the executive branch ministers, because to implement this isolation policy, we must have an important way to guarantee access to job, minimum income, and so that the poorest people can stay at home and help flatten the curve. Oh, sorry. Yes, so now I'm going to finish. Bolsonaro denies the scientific, that's the point, the scientific evidence and attacks his enemies, stimulating his digital, real, and artificial militants, robots, spreading much fake news and inconsequent behavior, causing a lot of uncertainty, polarization. So it shows that in Brazil, we have the three fights I was talking about: the fight against the virus, the fight against all this fake news, all this communication that that is not based on scientific evidence, and that is spread through our president, mainly through him. So I will let it for the question and answers, but I would like to talk about an interesting experience that there is a consortium of governments of the Northeast, that is one of the poorest regions in Brazil. And they had already these consortiums. It's 9 Northeast governments, and they got the scientific help of a committee, scientific committee to combat coronavirus. It is led by one of our, it's a big scientist that he has already taught in Duke. A lot of out of Brazil has already, he's worldwide known, and he moved to the Northeast, and he created this committee that I will talk about later if you want more information, but to deal with this bad communication and to try to help the governors to apply sensible measures and scientific-based measures against to deal with the situation. And for example, Flávio Dino, that is the governor of one of the poorest state in Brazil, Maranhão, he made a big strategy to buy medical stuff from China, passing through Ethiopia, but he had to fight against Brazilian federal government to receive that. So it's unbelievable. And the thing is so terrible that China nowadays is the only country that has that can export, can give these medical facilities. They have it in exceed. No? They can't share, but they won't do it with Brazil, even if we buy, because of a lot of attacks of China from our president, his sons. So it's unbelievable, the situation. So that's it. There is another initiative that I think it's very interesting. That is the group of Puebla. That is a group of, they have 9 ex-presidents from Latin America, and one that is the Argentinian that is now, and a lot of, I think it's 40 people, scientific people, personalities, and they are producing a lot of documents to try to show the scientific evidence to be against terrible measures. But the problem is this war of communication, because few people know about them. So that's why I brought these 2 examples as initiatives that I think we should spread as good ways to try to surpass this chaotic and unscientific world, the side of the world we are having.
Thank you very much, Clarice. Very interesting what I'm learning, and I'll give people to start thinking about questions. We'll have the break slightly later, because I rather we had, the discussion, because the break will be like yesterday, an active break. We have a 20 minutes video. I'll explain that later. So we have plenty of time for discussion. What I see, the common thread, Clarice, Danielle, and Sam, although the first one was theoretical, this one is more pragmatic in that sense. You all 3 are offering solutions. It's not about, a problem, either in theory or in practice. You offer solutions. And that's what I find personally more interesting. That's why when I tend to choose papers, or speakers, I go for people that are more proactive. I'm sick and tired of reading problems after problems, and reading the same kind of issues again and again. And what I see as well, a common thread, from the individual to the state, that agency issue. It seems right now, and I can see we had quite a discussion, the chat box, in the sense, these new mechanisms we are putting in place by all these governments because of the coronavirus, using, these new technologies to gather information. But the open question remains: what kind of information and what use of? That's why here the concept of agency becomes very relevant. How tight or or how fluid that concept is. Because it will have to be right now. It's an emergency, and we hope it will stop. But in the near future, and I'm hoping in the near future, when we go to our new normality, because we were discussing as well what kind of normality we will have in the future, whether this new system may have a different use by our government. That's why, again, a sort of conclusion yesterday, and I'm bringing this right now again. I think it's important cooperation, because we have to be here the watchdog in these kind of situations. We are the professionals, not that we are more than anybody else, but we have the expertise in law, in politics, in medical health issues, and so on. So let's try to use them, because in many cases, people, like you mentioned Bolsonaro, I was thinking about AMLO in Mexico. It cannot be possible that individuals, our musicians, our artists, are talking to real people to educate people, because the governments are not talking to them, are telling them everything is fine in Mexico and I'm talking about Latin America, because I am from Latin America. There are examples all over the world when governments or politicians offer more ignorance rather than educating our people. And you mentioned some examples. It's not by touch me, because not many people know. I didn't explain why Shusha had to step down. It's not a coincidence, and I'm not at liberty of explaining everything. It's not a coincidence that when the president got into power, she had to step down. I'm letting you think about it, but there is a reason for a change of the name. There is a legal reason. And the other one, you know, I'm very proud. Our founder, she donated almost a $250,000 American to the medical health system in Brazil. So a private person, she's a musician, a singer, and so she donated $250,000, and she donated 3,100 medical kits to poor neighborhoods in the northeast of Brazil. Because again, people, exactly what you're telling me, Clarice, people do not have access to very, very simple things like a soap to wash their hands. Not the government, a private person. So again, I just did this as a way of introducing the, you know, the questions and answers, you know, and to let people think about questions they may have. Any questions so far, if I may ask the attendees? Let's do what we did yesterday, because it seemed to work yesterday. One at a time, if we have a question. I'm going to stop myself. If not, I'll start with a question. But again, it may feel awkward for the ones that were not here yesterday with us. I'm going to stop talking. I'll leave it silent for a few seconds, 30 seconds, a minute. Don't worry, we will feel awkward. Whoever feels right to start the questions will start. If not, I'll start myself. So I'm going to stop talking now. We'll have half an hour. We'll start the break at 4:30. Are we okay with that? Yeah, perfect.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Okay, you're okay. Yeah, I'd like to start by thanking the three speakers. It was very, very interesting to listen to all of them. I mean, and I liked as well the sequence, the way we went from theory as well to specific sort of practice and so on. I'm just gonna, I keep having in my mind, I mean, we do really talk about environmental issues, and we do really come back to all of these debates around climate change and so on, but I don't know to what extent we could really look into as well the approach was taking in that context. In reflection, actually, I'm talking in reflection on the 4 elements proposed for interaction in terms of cooperation by Sam. And they are about self-flexibility, limited capacity, vulnerability, and heterogeneity in general. And I keep going back to as well I'm quite aware that environmental initiatives are not really limited to the official ones within the context of the UN and so on. However, if we are reading some of these literature coming out from the UNEP and so on, and with regard to general sort of approach, we know that cooperation is an essential element. And we know that environmental issues the environmental issue has been identified as an emergency in the sense that we need really to alter our ways, and we need really to do with things in a specific sort of form. I'm not trying to be cynical. I'm very much into looking for mechanisms, and yes, they are going to be mechanisms, not particularly one sort of solution, and it can't be one sort of solution to suit everybody. However, to what extent we could really bring something different, because there is an attempt actually to bring this cooperation to a point of a practical change, and it did not materialize. So I wonder if we could look into the faults of environmental issues, if we could look into the inability to reach this cooperation in a sense, and try to come out with some sort of different mechanisms. Yes, private parties, private individuals, and so on. Yesterday, we talked as well about developed sort of, more societal aspect of movement that could really bring all of these elements together. Why they're going to be different now? And I think this is as well in reflection on each of Danielle and Clarisse, because Clarisse was as well trying to look into this historical trajectory and trying to say, well, since the Spanish flu, yes, there was such an event, but did we have this sort of historical change? This brings me again to what we identify as turning points in the process of international law and so on, 9/11, the financial crisis and so on. Didn't we really feel this, I don't know, magnet bringing us back to what we want to call normality? Or shall we look into this form of normality that we really struggle to break out from? Again, I mean, I don't know. I think all of this meets a lot with what I tried to say yesterday with regard to the fact that how can we break out of the centrality of the state? We have the mechanisms, we have tried, we have attempts. How can we benefit from the experience? How can we interpret this in practical sense? So it's just not particularly a question, just comment on all of these elements in general. I think very relevant as well. I could really see as well from the chat that different states would really face different sort of a crisis in the sense due to the COVID, and when we deal with the conflictual sort of reality, it's even much worse. So I mean, you're talking already about a capacity that does not exist anymore, and you're talking already about reality that does not have any sort of credibility to offer information. So this is out of question. And yet you have actually to cope where economics are the only sort of means that give you a sense of life. So I think in that sense, in addition to all of the examples been mentioned in the chat, I could add Syria as a very critical case. So yeah, thank you very much. That was very helpful. Thanks for everybody.
Thank you, Dina, for your comment. I don't know, Sam, if you want to say something, and then I'll go to Daniel. I'll follow the order. Sam, do you want to say something? I know it was a comment, it was not a question, but because she referred as well to the theory behind what we are discussing. Do you want to say something, Sam? The microphone, you have to.
Yeah, there we go. So yeah, thanks for those comments. I think the environmental example is a really interesting one about, you know, the failure of cooperation in those situations. And I think one of the things I've noticed more, I guess more kind of in media discourse around political issues is that quite often the cost, so the economics are important, but they quite often get presented as trumping other things. So, and I think one of the issues with environmental sort of particularly the sort of approach around, you know, the balance between environmental and economic needs allows for, given that the economic discourse is quite a dominant way of framing things, it does allow for that kind of I guess self-interest to kind of win out. And obviously self-interest itself can, you know, become in various different forms, and you get ideas around sort of enlightened self-interest, which involves a lot more sort of cooperation. I think it's also so I'm not in the least bit nationalist, and I don't think nation states are necessarily the best way of addressing particularly collective problems. So obviously for me the whole Brexit outcome was a bit disastrous, but I think as in line with sort of the globalization and the interdependence that Danielle and was talking about, and the health issues that Clarice was providing an example of, that requires more and more international level, supranational level kind of cooperation. And I think because it's such an emerging area, there's still, the powerful states can still kind of act in a bit more of a self-interested way. But you know, it also then depends who's in charge at particular political moments. So the sort of Paris Agreement around the environment was great. The treaty with Iran, between the US and Iran, was a step to kind of reduce isolation of Iran as a state. And then you get a different president come in who kind of tears that all up. And it's difficult. I think it's a bit like with the culture of judiciaries, is, you know, it takes so long to bring about those changes, and it becomes very easy to be discouraged. And I think it's just a case of just keep pushing and pushing for that cooperation, and, you know, for realizing that actually, particularly nowadays, and the COVID outbreak is a good example of this. No nation state can deal with something by itself. You know, and so I think it's unfortunately going to be a bit of a learning experience, I think, for governments, that they actually have to work together. So I guess that's my speculative sort of comment on that, but yeah.
Thank you very much. Daniel, Clarice?
Yeah.
We have
Dina,
someone else with questions, so bear in mind the time. Yeah.
Okay. Tina, wonderful question. On spot. It is a brilliant position. It was not a comment. It was a crucial addition to what we are saying. First of all, COVID-19 is an environmental problem. We are this with the same framework, and we have to deal with the same framework that we have been constructing, and face these challenges and the dreadlocks and the total inefficiencies that we happen to meet in the point of our transition. So, but I think this is a very controversial position, because I come back with what Kay said yesterday. You see, it was very, very important for me, her speak yesterday, because she said something. Think about COVID like a step. You are falling from the stairs, and it's a false step. You're about to fail, and so we basically have two ways to deal with that. Either we go to the floor and accept a super surveillance digital world with a populism, nationalism, authoritarianism, dictatorship, very easy to go to this path. You just let go, and we will end up in this world. Pretty much what the author of Handmaid's Tale pictured, this very dystopian, apocalyptic future for us. But what we have in law is a challenge for us. Clarice is also from legal studies. So what is very, very challenging for us, especially in international economic law, Clarice is international economic law, and I am international environmental law. So what is very tricky here is to structure law in an environment that doesn't work like internal law. For example, in a country, you have a constitution, you have an hierarchy, you have a government, you have sovereignty, you have all these situations hierarchically distributing power in a linear way. Internationally, we have sovereignties equally, at least technically speaking, in terms of law, they are equal. So how can we organize that? Sam said, supranational is a solution. It would be great. It's everybody's dream to have Star Wars, like Princess Leia, to name a responsible and to do something in a very representative way. But we are far miles, intergalactic miles away of this situation. We have to work with a practicality of combining opposite objectives, totally different ways of viewing the world. If you compare, for example, the history of the mind of people from one side of the planet to another, you can find very simple things with very different mindsets. For example, democracy. What is democracy for China is totally different what is democracy to Brazil, and it's totally different what democracy is in America. In summing up, what? time is up. Okay, George. Let's just one more sentence. One solution that I think is not everybody agrees with me. I know that, but one solution that I think we have to think about is what Ben from Yale University, Ben Kajor, says. We have to structure the multi-levels of like companies, not only society, not only consumers, not only agencies, not only governments, not only everybody in a way that it's a system. So you orchestrate distribution of power, and that forms a dread in a lock-in. So the good thing, and you orient through regulations, not necessarily national regulations. It can be private rules or standards or certifications. You set a way that's very hard to get out of this that society wants. So it is a solution.
So because we have more questions.
Yeah, sure. That's
sorry,
it.
Clarice, sorry about it. Clarice, do you have anything else to say? Very briefly, because we have more questions.
Very, very briefly. So I didn't get the name. What
Dina.
Dina, sorry,
Dina.
Dina. Oh, Dina, thank you very much. I agree. I totally agree with Danny that it's not a comment. It's an important addition to our discussion. And there is something I would like to say. I had mentioned Chomsky. He said that while he thinks, for example, he's more optimistic than Fiore that I was saying when he talks about the capacity of the industry to recover after the crisis. But he thinks that what is not going to be possible is to keep, for example, denying the climate change, being against social protection measures to help the poor, and that it will be necessary to reshape economic relations among countries as the pandemic will affect the global economy supply chain, breaking lots of their links. So what do I mean with that? I would like to say, while the richest countries they will have resources to overcome the economic crisis, but there are some points and some challenges that they are going to be there, still be there, like threats of nuclear wars, global warming, and the deterioration of democracy, because a lot of countries in our system, global system today, they don't have the control of their own fate, of their own resources, for example. So if in Brazil now we have our president is against the protection of Amazon too in a lot of ways. So we have to take, we Brazil, but what can we do in the international level to help the countries that have problems in their federal governments to do something different? And at last, I think what should have been done, I think I didn't had time to complete my talk in this sense, because we could have avoided this the result, the impact of these pandemics. We could have planned and fund to fight against the pandemics. I saw our ex-ambassador, Celso Amorim. He was saying that during the Ebola crisis, Xi Jinping warned to create the necessity to create a rapid alert unit at World Health Organization. And what did we do against epidemic alerts against the first sign of epidemics or pandemics? So what did we do? We saw it now. The United States taking money out of World Health Organization, while we should have invested more, not only in World Health Organization, but in the social protection systems, not only national, but in the international level. So that's why we can't keep dealing with the capital, the limits. We have to put limits to the international capital, and
Clarissa, I have to stop you here because we have 10 minutes only. Is that okay?
Okay, and the phrase, we have to deal with the capital, international capital, together with social issues in the global system. That's
Thank you very much. Once again, we have to be more inclusive. It's not only about law, finance, or we have Wei again. Wei, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Thank you. Can I ask? We have 10 minutes. You know, people, not you, Wei. You can all the three participants. You know, to be conscious because I have more people with questions as well.
Okay.
Thank you, Wei.
Yeah, thank you all. So I'm very glad to hear so splendid presentations from Daniel and Clarice. And I have heard so many cooperation between China and Latin America. Yeah, that is very new for me. So I have two questions, one for each. So I find the concept of inequality in the presentation of by Daniel very interesting, because as we can observe that in many industrialized countries such as Italy and Spain, yeah, they have very high qualified, healthy system, but with a poor political leadership or lack of financial instrument, then they are suffering such a lot, yeah, more than other European laborers. So my question is, so that is not only an equality between poor and rich. Yeah, I think Italy and Spain are rich enough, but how can we survive in this pandemic? That is not only an equality between poor and rich. And I have some examples in China. So in China, we can find we are developed very fast about the online schooling. But we can observe that still in many poor countryside in China, many of the young pupils and students have shortage of the digital surveillance facilities, so they cannot make their homeschooling very fluently. So there is a very strong demand on digital facilities. Yeah, so that is example from China. So my second questions, is concerning about the digital dictatorship or digital improvement. Yeah, so as we can see, there are already many digital controls in Asian countries, not only in China, per WeChat or Alipay. Yeah, but also in South Korea, in Hong Kong, as well as in Taiwan. But since Taiwan is not so huge suffered until now, so it is not so obvious whether Taiwan used the digital tools more hard or not. So my question is, even in Germany, there are many discussions about the data donating app. So is this digital instrument only an infringement of liberal rights, or all the people around the world will become more and more reliant on this digital instrument, and then maybe they are asked to donate their data, or finally they can only struggle for their own rights per digital instrument, such as in China. Actually, after the outbreak of the coronavirus, all the citizens in China can do is use the WeChat to express their opinions, express the situations around the local community. So that is also an instrument for our struggling. So how can we understand the tendency of the digital instrument? I'm not supporting the digital instrument exclusively, but yeah, we can also find some better aspects of this tendency. So maybe that is also a tendency of the new normality. That's my question.
Yeah.
Thank you. Before we start, I'm going to ask something. We have 5 minutes, so I'm going to ask, because we have a question, a combined question. I'm trying to be polite with all. Thank you, Wei. From Alexandra and Pamela. So I'm going to try to combine the question for all you three, Clarice, Daniel, and Sam. We talk about a new normality, but we tend to talk about, with this new normality on the news, politicians, the media, how to go back to work, getting, the economy on, and so on. So, both Alexandra and Pamela are thinking more in a challenging way. How can we have a better new normality? Because if not, it seems, we are patching things from the past rather than thinking of new solutions. So, the question now back to you three, from theory, to the practice. How can we redefine this new normality in a better way? I'm going to start, the other way around. We have 5 minutes. Please be considerate with the others. So roughly 2 minutes each. If Clarice, can we start with you? Then we'll go to Daniel and we finish with Sam. Is that okay? Yeah. Clarice, you start, please. Please, again, be conscious about 2 minutes, yes?
Okay. So very quickly, I think the digital question and the civil rights problem, I think we should use data, but of course it's really difficult. We have to be very strict in terms of the period, the reasons, and not the government cannot give this data for other people, and they have to quit it as soon as the situation, the urgent situation finishes. So the thing is, for example, in Brazil, we should have a pandemic emergency regulation. It was discussed in 2006, but then nothing happened. So this is a very dangerous, because without this, at least some indication of how to deal and what would be considered an excess, and something that goes, but like other liberties, I think the way we can deal with it is penalizing everything that is more than what should be necessary to the thing, and with a lot of very clear limits, not to give the data for every other people, and if the situation goes out and things like that. The question about normality, there was a editorial I don't remember if it was the Financial Post, but it's another big journal in the United States. They said the worst presidents are Bolsonaro and Trump in dealing with the problem. And Bolsonaro is even worse, is the worst. And they said that he is against normality. So when you ask, how can we come back for normality in Brazil, we'll have this thing, because he has already, and another journal in Brazil that is very kind of conservative, they said he has already crossed all the limits. So this is the most difficult thing to deal with. We should have always, I think, this in mind. We have to combine the medical evidence, the scientific evidence, with ways to give people the instruments to be at home, because they have to have money and things like that.
Thank you very much. Yes, sorry to be so tight.
No.
Daniel,
Okay.
again, 2 minutes, please.
Okay, about the question of Alexandra and Pamela, what the new normality will be. Basically, in international law, it won't make any difference, because the principles and the standards are already there. They are very, very, very open. What will change is the way we interpret and call for implementations of things that were already in the international law already. So this new normality is a range of ideas, of patterns, of what we want for our future. We have the possibility to restructure this normality to a very sustainable path, or we can just let go to a dictatorship, back to fossil fuels, and with this doomed, already announced future. Coming back to the question from Wei, yes, we have a very much partnership, very strong partnership with China. Actually, we have a regional agreement, a diplomatic agreement. It's called BRICS, with South Africa, India, Russia, and China, Brazil. And that we could do much more than we do, but we did push forward many aspects in this low politics, basically, because even though if the masterminds of Trump and Bolsonaro on a highly national level, agree something different, maybe on trade, on a way, that's exactly what Ben, the scholar from Yale, thinks. Even with the high national politics saying something, we can do different on the paradiplomatic way from states. For example, let me picturize in a more specific thing. Oh, sorry, this is just an example.
Last minute.
Okay. California state has a totally different policy regarding environmental issues than the national Trumpist country. So it's totally possible. We have to structure this creativity with creativity. It's in our hands.
Thank you.
As you always was, but now we have this encounter favoring much more.
Thank you very much. And I have to agree, it's in our hands. I have to agree with that. It's not up to our governments. Wei, I hope they answered your questions. We'll have a later discussion before we finish the event, so don't worry. And then Sam, are you there?
Yeah,
perfect. 2 minutes again.
Yeah, no, I think the idea of the normal is an interesting one, and I think the outbreak crisis has presented an opportunity to kind of disrupt a lot of the previous sort of thinking that we had, individually, collectively, prior to the outbreak. But I think it's also an opportunity to kind of reevaluate what it is we're trying to do. And I think the actions of governments in terms of trying to provide financial support and prioritize certain sectors has kind of highlighted a lot of, that it's a broader collective effort. And I think as much as there are risks around the sort of digital monitoring that, that might become, because what might happen now is that governments introduce things that then become entrenched and then they just carry them on. So I think that's potentially a risk with sort of digital monitoring, but I also think it's an opportunity for us, particularly through the kind of sort of pulling together kind of solidarity mentality that's kind of come more to the fore, amongst the general population, at least in the UK, that is something that perhaps we've kind of lost or hasn't been too much central to discussions at the national level, or international level. So it might hopefully produce some more of that. And I think, because one thing that I think is worth remembering is that, you know, sort of the idea of the modern market derived from Adam Smith and sort of the, you know, all of that he didn't see that as existing in a moral vacuum. He did see that as existing within a society where people would, you know, help each other, would ensure minimal standards and things like that. So hopefully we can kind of emphasize that element of the crisis and not while other, you know, and hopefully gain those sort of benefits from it. So yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you all. A very interesting discussion. We need to move to the break now. Thank you very much, Sam. Thank you very much. Obrigado, Daniel. Obrigado, Clarice. Thank you very much. It's very interesting because right now we have people in Mexico, from Tijuana. We have people, someone joined in just now. We have people in Brazil, people in Germany. So thank you very much. This is very, very interesting. What we are going to do now, the active break. I'm going to show you. We have a presentation. It's a research done at the University of Manchester by several people, and the presentation is by Dr. Moaz El Sayed. He represents a society here, Rethink Revealed Society. They represent the Syrian community in the UK. Here they are based in Manchester. I've been in touch with them for a number of years now. So we'll see a video like we did yesterday. He's not with us today. He had another commitment. However, he said to me, he's more than happy to answer any questions, and I'm more than happy to put you in touch with him. If things keep like they are now with the lockdown, we are planning to do something online with him. It's just because he had another commitment today. I'm going to go now to his video. We'll go back to the live session in about 24 minutes, so about 5 p.m. Yes, exactly 5 p.m. Yes, so I'm going to share with you now the video. Let me go now to the video here. Wait a second, I have so many screens. And here we have him.
As the conflict in Syria continues into its 9th year, there is an increasing international divide surrounding the return of refugees. In an attempt to legitimize the actions of the Assad and his government, Russia and other allies are promoting the return to Syria as safe, although the war has not yet ended. This presentation attempts to explore the reasons behind apparent voluntary return by refugees in the surrounding countries of Turkey, Lebanon, and Jordan to further afield in Europe. Through extensive research, it's eventually concluded that although individuals are not being forcibly repatriated to Syria, conditions in their host countries are giving them no choice but to leave. These conditions vary from poor living standards to being unable to legally obtain work, to being offered grants by their host on the basis of their return. This presentation is clear on the fact, along with the United Nations, that against Assad's and Russia's claim, Syria is not yet safe for return. It's unclear, however, when or if it will ever be safe, as for some, the threat of detention or disappearance will continue long after the conflict is over. In order for Syria to actually be deemed safe for return, it needs to be equally safe for all residents, and this appears unlikely with the eventuality that the Assad government looks to retain its leadership. To provide some context, after uprising in Tunisia and Egypt, which started the so-called the Arab Spring in 2010, Syrian opposition protests began in January 2011. Initially, only minor demonstrations took place, to which Syrian authorities responded with arrest. Nevertheless, the protests continued and started spreading across Syria. Security forces increasingly used gunfire in an attempt to regain control, and first sign of of torture were reported, causing hundreds of Syrians to flee to Turkey and Lebanon. 9 years later, it's estimated that 5.5 to 6.5 million Syrians have fled abroad. In addition, there are around 6.5 million Syrians who have been driven out of their homes because of the violence and are seeking refuge within the country, often moving from one place to another to avoid the fighting. The United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees indicated in 2013 that Syria has become the greatest tragedy of this century, a shameful humanitarian catastrophe of suffering and displacement at unprecedented level in recent history. The vast majority fled to Syria's neighboring countries, with an estimated 3.3 million being in Turkey, 1 million in Lebanon, and 500,000 people in Jordan, adding to already existing social and economic problems in these countries. 170,000 have fled to Iraq, which has been shaken by violence for years, and also the politically unstable Egypt is now home to around 100,000 Syrian refugees. Some 1 million Syrians have found refuge in Europe, and an estimated 100,000 people fled to other countries around the globe. There are multiple reasons why Syrians decided to leave their home, be it the destruction due to indiscriminate bombing and shelling of their neighborhood by varying armies taking part in the conflict, hereby losing not only homes but also work, income, and livelihood, be it the fear of religious extremists that entered the conflict to proclaim their own caliphate, the fear from the sitting Syrian government, forcing the male population into mandatory military services, the fear of arrest or torture for demanding freedom, or the hopelessness of a never-ending conflict and the desire for a better Syria. The Syrian war is now entering its 9 years. While large parts of the country are again under the control of the Syrian government and its allies, and fighting has decreased, there is no lasting solution in sight. Nevertheless, Syrians are beginning to return, partly pushed out of necessity and desperation they face in refugee camps, partly pulled as they are encouraged to return home by Russia and Syria and are promised a new start. For some of them, this return may be deadly. In the following section, I would like to give a summary about internally displaced Syrians, refugees, and the conditions in which they live. Although it's important to look at the different factors which impact the repatriation of Syrian refugees, it should also be highlighted that the issue of internally displaced Syrians is often overlooked. In order to get a good understanding of this matter, it's important to start off with a definition of an internally displaced person. An internally displaced person, IDP, is a person or group of persons who have been forced or obliged to flee or to leave their homes or place of residence or primary residence, in particular as a result of or in order to avoid the effects of armed conflict, situation of generalized violence, violation of human rights, or natural or human-made disasters, and who have not crossed an internationally recognized state border. When discussing the subject, one will begin to notice that there is a distinction between a refugee and an internally displaced person, which will later be discussed in the context of this presentation. This section will try to focus on the background of internally displaced Syrians, the conditions in which they must face, and a specific case study of a current camp for IDPs. Syria has one of the largest population of IDPs, estimated at 6.6 million, including 2.9 million children displaced within Syria, the biggest internally displaced population in the world. As of December 2017, an estimated 2.9 million people live in hard-to-reach locations, including about 420,000 people in besieged locations, most of which reside in eastern Ghouta. In 2019, renewed offensive in border areas of Hama, Aleppo, Idlib, and rural Damascus led to a total of over 1.2 million new displacement. Because of this, over half of the country's pre-war population have been forced to flee their homes since the outbreak of the conflict in 2011. And when it comes to the condition of IDPs, many tend to suffer from extreme poverty as they are forced to leave their belongings and their work when they flee. For instance, civilians in these areas face deliberate barriers on medical evacuations, little to no access to services, and severe restrictions on their freedom of movement of where they can or cannot go. Therefore, humanitarian agencies, the access of humanitarian agencies to these locations remain irregular. A case which demonstrates the conditions that many face is Rukban, the Rukban camp on the southern borders of Syria that faces extreme conditions of lack of healthcare, food shortages, and education in which children suffer the most. In this camp, medicine is in very short supply and not a single doctor exists in the camp, leaving the entire population in the hands of untrained and inexperienced nurses. Moreover, there are many different risks of being internally displaced for both women and children, and a number of issues arise from the severe conditions in which they have to face in these camps and shelters. There is a lack of education opportunities when children are displaced as a result of schools being damaged and destroyed, which leave them nowhere to go. And because of this, there are around 40% of Syrian children that are out of school. In addition to this, the number of cases of diseases and malnutrition is on a rise because the children are susceptible to illness brought on by poor sanitation, including diseases like cholera. Furthermore, children may miss vaccination and regular health checkups, especially in cut-off areas. In poor housing, cold weather increases the risk of pneumonia and other infections. Likewise, the risk that women face from being internally displaced is at times forgotten as the focus is shifted elsewhere. For instance, in 2016, a report by the United Nations Population Fund estimated that 360,000 Syrian IDPs are pregnant, yet many do not receive any health care. Furthermore, according to estimates by the United Nations Population Fund in 2015, indicate that without adequate international funding, 70,000 pregnant Syrian women face the risk of giving birth in unsafe environment. And because of the difficulties that those IDPs face in their place of displacement, this often leads to a decision to flee again. As a result of this, there has been a rise in multiple displacement, with IDPs in Syria compelled to flee as many as 25 times. This is because a single move could not protect them from constantly shifting front lines and the breakdown of basic services. Now, in order to get a sense of what life is like for those who are internally displaced, one case study that reflects this well is the province of Idlib. Idlib is situated in northwest Syria on the border with Turkey, in which prior to the conflict had a population of 1.5 million people. However, the UN estimates that 3 million people live in Idlib today, which nearly half of whom are internally displaced people. The situation in Idlib is important as it is one of the last few and the largest rebel stronghold in Syria, and the Syrian government and its allies intend to deliver the final military blow against the rebel fighters and their civilian supporters. The UN estimates that as many as 1 million people could be forced to flee in the event of an attack, which will also very probably cause many fatalities. And indeed, this is what has been happening in Syria in December and January. The BBC estimated that around 1 million Syrian civilians left the country. Following from the above, if this attack is to go ahead, then the question of where the displaced people will go is raised. At this moment, the only area where civilians would be able to flee to would be Turkish-controlled territory in northern Syria, which has limited capacity to host increasing number of displaced people. A further option for IDPs in Idlib is to return to the pro-Assad areas from which they fled. In this case, they might be potentially subjected to detention, killing, or forced conscription. As we indicated earlier, the country of Turkey already hosts more than 3 million Syrian refugees, which is a large amount. Therefore, the border is effectively closed, and people who illegally are currently being shot at. This is where the thin gap is bridged between a refugee and IDP. As in this instance, crossing the border will categorize IDPs into one or the other. Oxford University Professor Paul Collier, an expert on migration, says that it's important that those IDPs are not forgotten just because they have not created a problem for European countries. The challenges that IDPs face are not dissimilar to those of refugees, but they can be accentuated. If they are not or are no longer on the other side of an international border, vulnerable population will not be protected by international refugee law, which does not address the situation of IDPs, as it is highly unlikely that it will be raised by the Global Compact for Refugees. The plight of these vulnerable people deserves the attention of the international community, and addressing the drivers and causes of internal displacement, as well as the often long-term needs of IDPs, will ultimately assist in tackling not only the refugee crisis, but also help progress towards achieving sustainable development. I will now just move to the final section to discuss reasons refugees decide to return to Syria voluntarily. Now, whilst considering whether the forced repatriation of Syrian refugees is safe or humane, we must also deliberate as to whether or not they may decide to return voluntarily. It may be that there are possible factors that may contribute to a refugee's desire to return to Syria despite the ongoing conflict and its inevitable long-term effect. Many of these may lie in push factor reasons that may not directly force a refugee to make the decision to return, but add pressure to that decision. Although many of these push factors are speculation based on how we may perceive life as a refugee, they may be important in understanding how difficult it may be to resist the temptation to return home. However, these push factors will not apply to all refugees who have decided or who are considering to return to Syria. There are a number of potential push factors that could lead to the voluntary return of some refugees to Syria. One of these is the condition in which refugees are living in camps and camp-like setting. Generally, the living condition within camps are dangerously squalid. For many in Lebanon, for example, life within refugee camps and settlements with often only tents as shelter offers little protection or comfort. The structure of some camps has been such that fires have spread and added to the difficult living conditions. Furthermore, many refugees from Syria are not living in recognized refugee camps and are instead living in a state of homelessness within Lebanon, Turkey, and Jordan. These people receive even less help and do not have the same type of shelter as those within camps, and rarely receive any international aid whatsoever. For these refugees, a living condition may be even direr. With the overall reduction in aid coming into the camps, also comes a decline in the condition. In Jordan, the situation is the same. camps and are basic, housing thousands of refugees with little aid. Za'atari camp, for instance, has become the 4th largest city in Jordan, home to around 80,000 people. This camp is widely seen as being a success, as many Syrians have made the most of their skills, setting up businesses and making some small amount of money. However, even a camp like this has massively impactful problems. As is the case with refugee camps globally, women and the children in Za'atari camp are at risk of physical and sexual violence. But this is not, of course, an issue that is unique to Jordan. The conditions in Lebanon also have led to an increase in sexual and physical violence against women and children. Many have seen that because of the Lebanese policy against refugees seeking work in their country, many refugee children have been forcibly married as a way of bringing money into their families or relieving a financial burden. The fear of violence and sexual abuse of vulnerable people within refugee camps is undoubtedly a possible push factor. Refugees in this situation may feel that they would be safer and less at risk of the violence at home. It may be that for many refugees, the idea of returning to Syria simply to attempt to better their desperate situation may be one that is tempting. In this way, the living condition may begin to act as a push factor for refugees to return home. For some, the idea of facing desperate conditions may seem more comforting in a country that is there rather than one that is unfamiliar to them. For example, one of the participants in our presentation indicated that the Lebanese government are making life hell for refugees, and if she was still in Lebanon, she would rather return to Syria than stay home, than stay in Lebanon. Sorry. Another potential push factor is the growing hostility of host population that many displaced Syrians face. For many refugees globally, living within communities that are not their own can mean that they are subjected to hateful and negative behavior. Whether this be Syrian refugees in Germany, Turkey, or Lebanon, it's a common trend that they often are exposed to the negative perceptions host communities have of them. In Lebanon, for example, there is a prevalent ideology among native Lebanese that refugees are stealing jobs from them. One Syrian woman explained how she hardly lets her children play or walk on the street in Lebanon because when they do, they are told to go home, back to Syria. Syrians are accused of stealing jobs and husbands from the Lebanese. Furthermore, there have been threats of violence against Syrian refugees because of their mere presence in Lebanon. In addition, in many of the host countries in which many refugees are residing, there is tension not only between the host communities and refugees, but in politics. In many countries in Europe, including Germany and Turkey, there have been growing opposition to the presence of refugees. Although the Turkish president has been open in his support of those seeking refuge in his country, there are opposition parties within Turkish politics whose message revolves around sending refugees back. For the close to 4 million refugees living in Turkey, this will undoubtedly leave them feeling unwanted and may be a push factor pushing them to return to Syria. The feeling of belonging that they may expect to feel upon crossing into their home country may seem especially desirous for those facing hostility in their host communities. Law number 10 may also contribute to this and act as a push factor. Law 10, as many of you know, is the legislation that gives Syrians a year to claim or reclaim their property before it is re-questioned by the Syrian government. Refugees who fled the country must, under this law, prove ownership of property, and it would not be surprising if many decided to return to their country to do so. This is an incredibly important factor when it comes to discussing voluntary return. The vast majority of refugees will have left their country unwillingly as a consequence of the war. It would be surprising if any did not have emotional bonds with their homes and land. Loathing may act as a push factor in that it threatens to take refugee land and property. With the added time limit, it may be a hugely influential factor in voluntary return. To summarize, the idea that refugees may return to Syria voluntarily is questionable. Although the decision may be perceived to be voluntary, the fact remains that it may be what we like to call a forced choice based upon their desperate situation. So although there may be as yet be no forced return to repatriate Syrian refugees in their home country, the push factors and desperate situations that they are facing in host countries may act as a force pushing refugees to repatriate. So although legally and technically the voluntary choice may be there, it's a forced choice based upon the dangerous and often hopeless positions of refugees. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much all for listening. That was, once again, Dr. Moaz El Sayed from Rethink Rebuild Society here in, they are based in Manchester. Again, if you want to get in touch with them, I'm more than happy to put you in touch. If you do have more questions, again, he will answer them. And we are planning to do something together in the future. Unfortunately, he was busy today with another commitment. Now, after the break, the idea is to follow with our last panel. Can you hear me now? Yes? Perfect. Thank you very much. Thank you, Clarice. Now we have a friend of mine, Dr. Michal Antonov. He works in St. Petersburg at the Law Faculty of the Higher School of Economics. And then we'll have from Moscow, Dr. Vasily Tokarev, again, as well from the Law Faculty of Higher School of Economics, at this time from Moscow. So without any more presentations, are you there, Mikhail?
Yes, I am.
Perfect, good to see you.
Great to see you, dear Jorge. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
How is organizing this?
How is your family?
Everything is good. You know, we are now separated because of travel bans all over the world.
Yeah,
but we are connected grace to IT technologies, WhatsApp, Viber.
Tell us where I know where you are, but tell the others, where are you now?
I am in Köln, in Cologne, in Germany.
Yeah.
In Germany, I am a research fellow at Institute of Eastern Law and Comparative Law in Cologne at the Cologne University. So actually, I'm in Germany, but I am constantly attached to St. Petersburg, Russia.
I know that. I'm going to stop the share now, and I'll give you the floor. Say hi to your family, please. Say hi to your family.
Thank you so much.
And this is your floor now. I'm going to stop now, and then after you, it will be Vasily. Fingers crossed for the audience. Fingers crossed, because I got a message from Vasily. He's still with us, but the connection is very weak where he is. So fingers crossed he stays with us. So Michal, your floor. Thank you very much. Spasiba.
Oh, thank you so much. Muchas gracias. So it is a great and really inspiring environment that you have created, Jorge, and all the participants. Thank you so much. I have learned a lot of your discussions, and I will try to contribute something from my side also. One proviso before starting the lecture. From today's and yesterday's lectures, I understood that my topic, as it stands now on the program, I mean, Russian resilience, can seem to be too narrow. I don't expect that many of you would have a large interest to Russia and its war. That's why today I decided not to describe Russian constitutional law or Russian complicated relations with the West. Instead, I will speak about the general context of my research to make my contribution fit better other talks and the entire discussion. Well, my research is about comparison of a key concept of Russian law with how these concepts are conceived in Germany and also in some other Western countries, are relying on the methods of conceptual history represented by such authors as Quentin Skinner or Reinhard Koselleck. Its basic idea is to connect how people think about law and how they apply their rules, to connect their legal mentality with historical development of their legal culture. A step aside, why I'm interested in this kind of research, this is quite pragmatic. I'm teaching legal theory, comparative law, and history of ideas on the one hand, but on the other hand, I am also a barrister. That's why this explains why I'm trying to connect these two fields. That's my life experience, so to say. When standing before court, I cannot stop myself thinking this guy or this lady on the opposite side of the bar axiomatically presupposes something in their reasoning to which, and I try to classify to which intellectual tradition this axiom can belong and whether surely the reasoning is current. And it's important to me, firstly, to get better understanding of the law I really work with. And secondly, surely also for explaining to my students why theory and conceptual history of law are relevant. Surely, not every court case is connected with philosophical problems, but quite often controversies among barristers about interpretation of a text show that this interpretation is contingent on different legal conceptions. So, for example, how to find this fabulous view of the legislator extracted from the text, which definition is more meaningful in this situation, can principles overrule legal norms, and how we find these principles, and so on. Well established, one existing legal orders like the English or French law, these matters often are already settled, and lawyers can find clues in their case law, in their jurisprudence. So, like the best like requirement works in legal communities according to Ronald Dworkin's theory. But in relatively young legal orders like those of the countries of Central and Eastern Europe, with so to say controversial legal and political legacy, it is not easy to find the only right answers. Again, in terms of Dworkin, at least because of diversity of moral values, their interpretations in their legal communities usually. Usually there are pro and anti-Western intellectuals, those who prefer individual freedoms or collective interest, or the other way around, and so on. This problem of moral claims in law today successfully and brilliantly discussed by Samuel. Well, and frequently these interpretation debates end up at the divide between the legal and the non-legal, law and politics, law and economics, law and gender, natural law, and so on. This is especially problematic in such areas as constitutional law, which defines who and how may create legal rules in the state. When I was listening yesterday to Natalina's and case presentations, I thought I was unable to identify how they draw the divide between the legal and the moral, between law and ethics. It's not that their ideas are wrong. On the contrary, their excellent talks prompted me once again to think the very concept of the legal, which is usually connected in our legal minds with coercion and dominance. If we remove these features from our definition of the legal, we will be still able to speak about the legal, or we come to something else, to an ethical system or something. similar, but not only definitions of the legal and non-legal matters, or to connect legal theory with the practice of law. I'm just thinking that in German, the opposition between Recht and Unrecht is more morally impregnated than in English. While in Russian language, the opposition between pravo and nepravo, law and legal and illegal, non-legal, doesn't imply any moral connotation at all, just by the way of example. Usually the job of lawyers is to create general propositions, we call them rules, to subsume facts under these rules and to draw normative conclusions. At least it works this way in civil law jurisdictions. This requires to define the concepts contained in the rules naturally. Each country, depending on specificity of its language, legal doctrine, legal culture, may attribute different meanings to legal concepts. But, and now I come to the point, these differences can become stumbling blocks in relations between countries, can lead to confrontation and never to wars. By way of example, NATO's invasion to Libya or Yugoslavia were preceded by, I would say, theoretically interesting debates about democracy, human rights, sovereignty. As you know, debates were embodied later in the conception of RTP, right to protect, responsibility to protect, excuse me, which was justified by specific interpretations of these concepts. The same can be said also about Russia's war in Georgia or Ukraine, or what the President Speaker has mentioned, also war campaign in Syria. My point is not to say that the West is wrong and the non-West is right in their interpretation. In fact, this question is wrong as such per se, and answers to it as well are wrong, because there is no united legal community which could provide the best fit to employ Dworkin's terminology, again, to resolve such conceptual controversies. At least that globalization hasn't gone so far to create a universal legal mentality or legal vocabulary accepted by all legal systems and valid for them. In this sense, some critical legal scholars, and I think about my colleague Rafael Manco, who was unfortunately unable to take part in the discussion today, indicated the problem of moral imperialism. They argued that the Western countries formulate meanings of key concepts of legal discourse, rights, obligations, human rights, principles, justice, and so on, and impose them. It's not my point here to define if this criticism is correct or not. It could have been done by Rafael if he were here. What is certainly wrong is that conceptual differences are presented sometimes as civilizational differences. It's not unfrequent that one can read or hear the sort of narrative, what is Russians have as their law, or not Russians, maybe Africans, Arabs, Chinese, and so on. It's not legal at all, and their law is not even worth of being seriously discussed and analyzed as well. Or at best, it can be analyzed by legal anthropologists. Why? Because non-Western systems of regulations are different and cannot be framed into the Western concept of the legal. Comparative lawyers understand stupidity of this narrative, but policymakers and even judges often do not. I just think about such debates as now happening between the EU and such resilient countries as Poland or Hungary, or controversies between East-Chachar, the Strasbourg Court, and Russia. What is often discussed in these discussions is that appreciations of legal norms against the background of values, acquis communautaire, European values, European consensus, or whatever, simply doesn't make sense in some jurisdictions, I mean, theoretical aspect. Another one well-known common characterization of non-Western legal systems, they are politically manipulated and are dependent from ideologies. Well, can be, but where in the world the legal is independent from the political or from ideologies? Well, it's politics everywhere. as Duncan Kennedy said. At best, there can be different degrees of this dependence. One can think about political selection of judges or lobbying in the USA. Well, my interest is not with these political debates and with evaluations that underpin them. Resistance to this universalizing discourse and law can serve as a litmus paper of particularities of legal cultures. This resistance provokes, albeit in different proportions, debates about national or constitutional or other identities. In fact, these debates are not about national characters. Debates are about contestation of the power to define who may give correct definition, what is legal and what is non-legal, what is allowed and what is prohibited. As one of examples, I cite here the Brexit, which was preceded by quite many identitary discussions. And the result of the referendum demonstrates to which extent this discussion can matter. What seven wars? Conceptual differences that provoke not only identitarian conflicts, but also clashes of civilizations if mutual misunderstanding leads into separation into we and others, into we and enemies, like in the Schmittian political theology, into the center and to the periphery. However, the situation is not the same as, let's say, 100 or 50 years ago, when the hegemonical power of the West was not contested. How needs to mention how that now politicians in China, Russia, and elsewhere are not willing to be treated as underdeveloped creatures whose thought and interpretations are by default wrong if they don't coincide with the Western perspective. And I just thought intuitively about Trump's criticism of World Health Organization and some Western countries which were ready to join this criticism. But the main point was that this organization was representing the Chinese point of view and not American one. Well, that's typical for this approach. I understand that today one would perhaps consider that global wars are not possible any longer, and that we don't need to think about apocalyptic perspectives. But the current corona crisis, which was brilliantly discussed by Daniela in the previous lecture, shows that our schemes and established ways of thinking are very relative. And this makes us worse, particularly responsible for the language we use and on which, on this language, after all, hinges the entire system of international peace and cooperation. Excuse me for one more side thought. I'm living in Germany, and when triage and other corona problems were and are being discussed here, well, what I see that no one cares of what lawyers say. Generally, if you see at TV round table, there are biologists, there are some politicians, economists, PR, and so on, but who cares about lawyers? Why? My appreciation is that because of the lofty ideals, some lofty ideals such as well, idealization of human rights, legal science, in a sense, discredited itself in what concerns the main existential questions, like the question of triage. At least in Germany, lawyers are just unable to discuss this triage because, well, it is plainly illegal. Human lives cannot be weighted. That's it. It is stated by the Constitutional Court, and no one can say anything against it. Well, back to my research, I try to draw attention first to the general theoretical perspective of this discrepancy. Conceptual discrepancies about definitions, in legal definitions, and second, to differences of interpretation of key legal concepts, such as sovereignty or human rights, which are I think very representatives of this cultural and maybe the geographical misunderstanding. I said my example is Russian law, Russian legal culture, but naturally there are other analogies that can be made to other legal orders within and outside the EU. One of the possible perspectives to be employed is to consider the prevailing legal theory. There can be many varieties. To mention one of them, legal theory can be rule-based or policy or principle-based. One illustration from the EU, I thought that Rafael would speak about this today, but unfortunately he's not here. We have discussed with him this situation. I mean, the conflict between Poland and the EU, and especially European Court of Justice, about the disciplinary channel for judges. As Rafael and my Polish colleagues informed me, many Poles simply don't understand what is wrong. Their law about disciplinary chamber is valid and is even analogous to the system that exists in Germany, but because German system has also this chamber. But as supranational court of justice disagrees with the law and claims that, well, potentially claims that it's invalid because of this law is not democratic enough. Well, one probably needs to look into Plato's World of Ideas to see what is true democracy, but it's another point. Well, in terms of Zdeněk Kuhn, our good colleague, professor from Prague, what Zdeněk Kuhn called mechanical jurisprudence or strong positivism that prevails in Central Europe, evaluation of a statute can have no impact on its validity. The only exception can be made for absolutely unjust laws, like in Radbor's formula for statutory injustice, but it's not evidently the case of disciplinary chamber for Polish judges. In Russia, we have another theory which combines positivism and decisionism. According to this theory, the legal is separate, connected to the political. Is it wrong or not? Well, it is as it is. Anyways, it is expected that meanings of legal rules have to be derived from the political will and shall be aligned to this political will. That is the factual situation. And this is something that deeply sits in minds of many Russian judges and lawyers. This political will is defined by judges not only through interpretation of text, but first of all, by guessing about possible reaction from political authorities to their decisions. This explains the big gap between the law in books and law in action in Russia, to employ the terminology of Roscoe Pound. In the paper I've proposed for this colloquium, I illustrate this point by reference to John Austin's legal theory. Sovereignty is not an abstract principle here, as suggested in the formalist legal dogma, but it represents the factual will of the governing subject, of the sovereign, who either tacitly accepts the laws of his predecessor or displays his disagreement, thereby undermining the validity of the previous laws. It means that judges and other addressees of sovereign commands are required to demonstrate their general habit of obedience to the sovereign personally, and not to the laws created by his predecessors or even by himself earlier. This is the good framework for describing the actual situation in Russia, where the constitution was written in the liberal period, I mean the 1990s. Surely it is not, when I speak about liberal, it's rather about prevalence of liberal ideology, and not about the factual political practices of Yeltsin, which were far from being liberal. So to say it is law in books, but the actual political agenda is entirely conservative. I mean the post-2000 agenda, the Putin's government's agenda. So This requires from judges to reinterpret a constitution and liberal laws to make them fit the sovereign will. And this is, so to say, law in action. That's why legal theory matters. This positivist approach, if you think about human rights, means that human rights have legal nature. They are illegal only if they are approved, endorsed, and at least not contested by the state. And it means that sovereignty is implicitly understood as the basic condition of legal validity. These assumptions suggest that there can be no rights against the state and its will. Human rights cannot go against the state. In this sense, judges cannot decide against the state will and to protect human rights. And to generalize it, has never been in Russian history or once that courts only one that courts interfered with political matters. It was in 1993 when the Constitutional Court supported the parliament against President Yeltsin. Well, this historical fact that judges and courts do not consider themselves as able or empowered to speak against the power of the state is often explained by political dependence or servility of judges, without excluding servility as one of possible explanations. In my research, I suggest that there is another epistemic reason for this readiness of judges to accept as binding whatever comes from the political authorities. In Russian theory, this is this epistemic argument, binding force of law and the very qualification of rules as legal or non-legal ones depend on whether they are supported by the sovereign will or not. In its turn, political power is sovereign insofar as it's free from any limitations, including imposed by civil society or by international community. If the state subjects itself to civil society or agrees to what the international community says, follows its guidelines, well, it would mean that it is not sovereign power any longer. That's it, unfortunately. This is reflected in a Russian understanding of this of the very term sovereignty, samodержавие. In Russian legalese, this term transfers meanings of autocracy or autarky, and this makes this term so important for resisting supremacy of human rights. In Russia, sovereignty implies unity and centralization on the one hand, and full independence of the state power from control and criticism from inside the civil society and from outside the international conception, the international community. This is what constitutional lawyers call Westphalian conception of sovereignty. The problem is really how to combine the system of legal and political ideas with human rights. And I need to mention that Russia ratified all key human rights conventions, and human rights are enshrined in its constitution. Russia's strategy over last years was to reconcile human rights with the state will, arguing that both derive their legal justification from the principle of sovereignty. To a certain extent, it works and can support the dialogue between the West and Russia. But when, for example, the Strasbourg Court not only says that Russian laws are wrong, this can well be with Russia or with any other country, but says that the entire political system is corrupt, and this was what happened in the famous Khodorkovsky case or the Yukos case, or when the Strasbourg Court says that the mindsets of Russian judges are wrong. Like in Markin case, when ICHR radicalized the traditionalist argumentation of the Constitutional Court when this order considered that military men may not have parental leave. In Russia, this was expectedly considered as encroachment on sovereignty, on the national legal order, and further, this triggered entire Western narratives in Russia and the entire conservative backlash, from which we ordinary Russians are suffering now because of sanctions and anything else. Well, to conclude, legal concepts we use do not have fixed pre-established meanings. They are defined and redefined in argumentation. And this argumentation can be meaningful only if we convene on certain basic definitions. This is true, but such axiomatic conventions, and it's often neglected in legal philosophy, once they are agreed for one speech situation, this doesn't exclude that these axioms can and should be reinitiated, excuse me, or even changed for other speech situations. And that's the main vocation of legal scholars, at least to my mind. And this is particularly actual now when I mean the corona time, when all our previous ideas about rule of law, human rights, democracy, and other key concepts of the legal discourse in the West are shattered, and we are looking for new normality, the topic that was brilliantly discussed by Daniel and Clarice. I thank you so much for your attention. That's it. I'm ready.
Thank you very much again, Michal. Thank you very, very much. Very interesting. And I'm thinking what you said about concepts not being established, meaning we can still work on them. And I was thinking to reimagine, you know, a concept. You say to redefine it. And I think we have an opportunity now. So thank you very much. Very interesting. We'll discuss.
That's what we are doing now, yes.
Yeah. We'll do it later. We'll start. Now, do we have Vasily? Is he still here? Vasily, can you hear us, Vasily? Yeah, I can see he's here. Vasily, I have his videos in any case. Hello, Vasily? I think he's coming now. Where is he now? Vasily, can you hear me? I know he has problems with the connection. That's why I'm asking. Hello? But in the meantime, while we wait, I already have a video from him. What we decided to do, knowing this may have happened, he sent me a voice presentation. So what we did between him and myself, we transformed that into you know, a sort of podcast. So I'm going to put that. It's divided into two parts. So let me do that in the meantime, and hopefully when we finish, when we open to questions and answers, we'll have Vasily with us. Let me just share now with you the first one. It's about 10-15 minutes long altogether between the two presentations. So we're going to listen now to Vasily's presentation, divided into two parts.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My aim for today's presentation is to give you information about comparative constitutional law as a tool for the study, creation, and application of law. Comparative constitutional law is not a new academic and scientific discipline, but it still occupies a secondary position in legal science, especially in the United Kingdom, France, and Russia. The reason for this may be its narrower interpretation as comparative legislation or a stereotype of the academic descriptive discipline of foreign law and order. Meanwhile, the objective processes of internationalization of national law in the European and Eurasian space, the emergence of a supranational context of lawmaking, law enforcement, legal education, and research, inevitably entail a assessment of the role of comparative law expanding the scope of its influence on certain areas of theoretical and practical jurisprudence and legal discourse or paradigm as a whole. Such a assessment requires the study of the best practices of the leading modern constitutional law and order and its adaptation to political and social realities. The purpose of this research is to identify the current challenges of comparative legal science in the United Kingdom, France, and Russia, and how to solve them at the present stage of internationalization of law to ensure the long-term global competitiveness of national constitutional law. To achieve this goal, it's proposed to solve the following tasks. First of all, to generalize the key methodological innovations and specific methods of comparative legal research by modern English, French, and Russian legal scholars. To identify the main points of intersection and differences in the subject of comparative constitutional law. To analyze the real impact of comparative studies on law enforcement, creation of individual norms by the highest courts in the United Kingdom, France, and Russia. To examine heuristic possibilities of comparative constitutional law to identify the features of mutual influence and interpenetration of national and European law, including the case law of the European Code of Human Rights. To determine the contribution of comparative studies in the formation of the doctrine of the national identity of the country. In principle, I agree with Tom Ginsburg and Rosalind Dixon regarding the main directions of modern comparative constitutional studies, one academic and one in the work. The academic development was the revival of various institutionalisms in the social sciences, and constitutions were the ultimate institutions worth of analysis. But it can be claimed that, first of all, this concerns the problem of political representation in a modern democratic society, and the related development was the increase in the role of courts, in particular the constitutional courts in modern societies. Thus, I am going to divide my report into two parts. I will begin with a definition of political representation from a comparative perspective, then go on to a brief review of the methodological possibilities of comparative constitutional law in relation to the process of judicialization. The way of thinking about political representation in modern democracy is far from being settled and is still current. It is at the heart of the concerns of political science, the philosophy of law and constitutional law. More precisely, it should be. Many works shed light on this or that facet, but they are far from having fully integrated the contributions of other disciplines constructing this object differently. However, the lack confrontations that explicitly address this category and which allow us to systematically grasp all its dimensions, namely anthropological, legal, philosophical, and political. Thus, it's necessary to analyze the conceptions of political representations, various forms from a comparative perspective, taking into account the specific political contexts. In general, it's a question of highlighting the multiplicity of the situations where one speaks, acts, or decides on behalf of a collective, and in particular on behalf of the people, where one argues for the representativeness of a body or a collective in which the person of the representative is staged, where representatives forge representations which contribute to forming the groups is supposed to be represented. Since the start of our legal modernity, particularly in the 19th and 20th centuries, the plurality of meanings of representations has given rise to numerous analyses in political theory, legal philosophy, and constitutional law. Different typologies have been constructed, enriched, challenged, and linked to other conceptual universes. At the same time, work on the history of political ideas has made it possible to better understand the linguistic formulations of the different meanings of representation. This research intends to take stock of this verb.
So now I'm going to share the second part. Let me do it. So now we have here the second part.
Let's now talk about the legitimacy of Supreme Court judgments in contemporary democracies. It is necessary to analyze how the Supreme Courts create their legitimacy through their decisions from a comparative perspective, taking into account the specific legal and political context. In this regard, it's worth recalling the specificity of Supreme Courts. While the courts of cassation and the councils of state are given the task of ensuring the legality of judicial and administrative decisions, the constitutional courts assume a more clear political role, due in particular to their status in terms of composition and their constitutional missions. To conduct this comparative study, we selected as a field of analysis the Supreme Court's decisions relating to gender equality and labor relations and the difficult recognition of a third gender. The general protection of fundamental rights does not arise in the same terms. In Belgium, for example, the constitutional judges recognized a third gender, while the judges of the French Court of Cassation did not depart from the rule by refusing to recognize neutral sex. In Russia, the problem is viewed in the light of social rights, and the situation is more complicated. Indeed, the chairman of the Russian Constitutional Court criticizes the judgment, the decision of the European Court of Human Rights. Thus, by analyzing the judgments rendered by the judges of the Supreme Court, we wish to analyze the levels of legitimacy surrounding the decision of the judges from a comparative perspective, questioning at the same time the exercise of the political power of these judges. If the legitimacy of judges' decisions is problematic in the sense of constituting a set of questions concerning an area of knowledge, it's because of the normativity of judges' decisions. More specifically, the legitimacy of judges of Supreme Courts is problematic when analyzed in its relation to democracy. Firstly, it is necessary to analyze from a comparative perspective the foundations and levels of constitutional legitimacy linked to the composition of the courts and procedural linked to the jurisdictional procedures of the judges of the Supreme Court studied. We can thus corroborate or not the application of these levels, of these foundations, to the Russian case, for example. Secondly, I will circumscribe the foundations and the content of judges' decisions. In other words, we analyze the levels of substantial legitimacy which underpin the political power of judges. Thirdly, to achieve this, we develop a methodology for analyzing the levels of substantial legitimacies of judges of the Supreme Court, thus making possible to identify the content and therefore the substance of the decisions of the judges of the Supreme Courts. In order to better understand the judicial legitimacy, we wish to develop a methodology for analyzing decisions that will be concretely applied to judgments rendered in recent years by judges of Supreme Courts in several matters. On the one hand, it's quite possible to offer a synthesis of the scientific literature on institutional and procedural legitimacies from a comparative perspective. On the other hand, it's quite possible to identify the criteria found in the substantive legitimacies of the decisions of judges of the Supreme Court from a qualitative and lexical analysis of the judgments rendered by the judges of the Supreme Court on the theme of gender equality. And concretely, it's about developing a method for analyzing judges' decisions that takes into account the verbs used by judges. On the basis of all of these developments, we will be able to identify the levels of the legitimacy of decisions of judges of Supreme Courts, thus identifying the convergences and divergences between the decisions of English, French, and Russian judges. Ultimately, this will allow us to further categorize the political power of the judges of the Supreme Court based on their political functions, such as the arbitration of moral values. Concluding what has been said above, I want to stress that the comparative constitutional law could prove useful to encourage dialogue between the scientific disciplines, evolving in divergent legal cultures to better identify the points of convergence and the zones of tension, and to produce new perspectives, taking into account the difference of political and legal culture between East and West. In the context of this research project, we postulate that the difference in legal political culture makes it possible to identify new levels and types of legitimacy and sovereignty. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much all for listening. The typing was me, just to let know, the people that, watching through the live videos on Facebook and YouTube. It's just, internal communication with our panel. Thank you very much for listening. Thank you, Daniel, for letting me know about that. I didn't know. Thank you very much. Now we have, back the room here. We have Mikhail. And do we have Vasily? I don't know if we have a good communication. Is it working now, Vasily? We are trying our very best, but we have people again in Brazil, in Russia, in Germany, Italy. So I don't know if, is it working now, Vasily? No, I don't think. Let me try to unmute. Hello, Vasily, is it working? Hello? No. Any questions in the meantime? Maybe we can start with Mikhail, if you don't mind, Mikhail. Yes, are you there, Mikhail? Yes, we'll start if we have questions with you. What I'm going to ask all of us, I'll give again a few seconds, to think of any question. I'm going to remain muted. If not, I'll ask with the questions. I'll break the ice. But I'd rather you do it. We have many people today participating. So I'll stop myself. I'll mute myself. And then, again, we'll start as soon as anybody wants to ask the first question. If not, I'll do it myself. Is that okay? Yes, so I'm going to mute myself. It will feel a bit awkward at first, but don't worry. So whoever wants to start, please feel free to start. Mikhail, if you don't mind, I'm going to start with a question. I'm going to try to connect the two papers. If Vasily can come, because unfortunately, he has a very weak internet connection. He's here. We knew this. We tried in the week. He was with us on Wednesday. So his connection was, coming up and down. So I'll start, trying to connect the two, and I'll ask you, Mikhail, if you don't mind first. You talk about redefining, this concept, because concepts are fluid. I have to agree with that, they change as we change, as society changes. And law is just a reflection as well of that change. However, I have to agree as well with you, it's heavily influenced by politics. What do I mean by politics? Whoever is the ruling power, whoever is the government, whoever is in charge, whether we have a democracy or not, and so on. Connected to what Vasily was, telling us, he talked about, identity. He referred to many jurisdictions, in particular the UK and Russia. I'm talking right now because that's how we started, UK, Russia, this event. And yes, he identified, some point of intersections, so similarities and differences. He even brought, the European Union law here. And one concept, using your idea about, rethinking or redefining concept, he talks about political representation, in his speech, many concepts. One in particular hit me, political representation. Why I'm talking about this concept? Because it seems to be a constant. All the speakers yesterday and today, we had a Brazil, we talk about Mexico, we just talk about Syria. Again, on the papers yesterday, we talk about humanitarian intervention, humanitarian aid, and it seems to be a disconnect between, the individual, the community, and then whoever the leader is, or whoever the government is, or whoever the representation of power. That's why political representation. So my question to you, and I know it's a challenging question here, but now we have this opportunity. I see this coronavirus as an opportunity to rethink to this new now, or new modernity. How can we rethink, a more inclusive political representation in law and in politics? Because again, in public international law, we have equality of states. Yes, in principle, in most of our democracy, we have the same principles related to, to individuals. We are all equal against the law. But the reality is, a political reality, we are not that equal. Some are more equal than others. At the international level, some states are more equal, and at the level of the individual, some people are more equal than others. Some people seem to count more, even in democracies. Again, we had examples just now about Brazil and about Syria. So again, that, using your idea, to redefine, or, concepts, this political representation concept, or notion, how would you, apply your ideas to a concept such as political representation, when right now we are struggling?
Well, I think that you're completely right. Political representation is one of the central, I would say, concept for entire political philosophy. How we can apply it to our legal discussions? We can take either, so to say, normative point of view. For normative in the sense it should be so and so. Political representation means that the laws shall be created by those whom we have elected, or someone else, and only to this extent we agree to accept the rules to create for ourselves. This is the normative perspective. There can be a great variety of possible conditions for this political representation, and we just need to agree what will be a political representation, who shall have the voice, who shall vote, who and to which extent may express their will. It is special for referenda. And another, I would say, this factual or real perspective, to which extent political representation is really important for governance structures, for governance processes. Here we can be skeptical, can be cynical, can be critical, or can be idealist. But I think that most of the people would accept what Pareto called, Wilfredo Pareto called, well, the rule of elites. That's the elites that rule and create rules. We just, from time to time, select these elites or try to have impact on their activity or to have control of what they're doing. And the question for warriors can be, what can we do to, to bridle these people, these elites who are really governing us? Well, we understand that normal people, and in England, I think in Germany, it is quite clear. that if you are not born in a good family, you got not good education, you are not in co-ops and other places where political elites are breeded up, you will not be participating.
It's the same reality in Latin America. People tend to assume, you know, when they live only in Argentina, I'm putting my example, you know, not to touch anybody's feelings, but people assume in Argentina the same, you know, because it's, you know, you're in Argentina and you are poor, you are not part of the elite, you don't have any access to certain decisions. And the funny story is when you travel abroad, you know, people like us, you know, we have the opportunity, we are lucky and we can compare other countries and we the same reality. So it's not only about Argentina, because I've been almost 14 years in this country, in the UK, and I see the same reality here. Some people count more than others in terms of, you know, policy making. So it's very interesting what you are telling, and thank you for sharing that, because you come from Russian education, now you're in Germany, and like me, we had the opportunity to see some other countries, and I think this kind of reality, you know, elites is something you intrigue me. We have to agree on how to define, and my question to you was going to be, how do we define the we? Because sometimes when we say we have to define, and then we have the elites defining, yes? So when you say we have to agree, it's usually somebody else agreeing on definition, and it's usually elites deciding how to define this kind of concepts. So that's why I think it's very interesting, you know, quite a few points you made there, very, very interesting. Another thing I put here, I wanted to ask you about, you know, this thing you said, debate, sorry, it's a contestation about the power to define. Yes, I think that's quite a, you know, strong statement. What do you mean by that? The debate is a contestation about the power to define.
Well, we can have the same text. I mean, binding legal text can be treaties, conventions, can be local constitution or whatever. But they have they contain general words, general terms, general ideas, and democracy, for example. Who has the right to define democracy? Because well, you have the Russian Constitutional Court, which says that it's fully democratic. You can have the Venice Commission or any other institution which will say that it's not democratic, or what's happening in Russia, in China, or elsewhere. Well, we all agree, well, this we I put in quotes, keeping in mind your remark, we all agree that democracy is something good, and this is something to which we shall aspire. Human rights are good, but what are human rights? To which extent they are valid? To which extent, what they mean? And can they be protected to this or that extent? That's the power of definition, because in our today's globalized world, I would say that, well, more or less we all accept, even the North Korea calls itself democratic republic. So democracy is something good for them, but evidently they define democracy somehow else, as in England or in Russia or in the United States. That's the power of definition. It's not the power of rule making, which matters now in the globalized world, but the power of definition. Who has the power to define? Well, naturally, we, in the quotes, it's not we, normal people. Yes, that's elites. Well, that's elites. Well, governors, presidents, deputies, or whoever who are empowered to pronounce, to agree, to convene on the definitions. Or you can also say that somewhere in the background stays some informal elites, economical and religious or whatever, who are also having their say in this debate about contestation of power to define.
Same here. And one other thing, I'm hoping I'm not interrupting the others. If you want to, the other participant want to ask questions, please feel free to just, I'm going to follow with Michael said. Even, we talk about elite politicians, and I'm going to include as well, sometimes people with good intentions, very influential, and I'm going to give you an example. One of the people behind ASAP, Thomas Pogge, professor at Yale, very good guy in terms, of the things he writes about. And I remember asking him, Chomsky, and that's why I prefer in that sense Chomsky. Thomas Pogge, I asked him, well, you talk about global justice, from, up, and changes at governmental level and so on. And I follow, I agree with his principle theories and so on. So I think there is, something good. However, I asked him, have you ever been to a favela? Have you ever been to a villa? Villa is or villa, what we call in Argentina, favelas in Brazil, very, very deprived areas, no, never. And my question back to him is, so how are you going to be able to advise, about these people and what they need? Because your advice, and it's not diminishing, what he's doing is valuable. I'm just trying to, define the we. Because although we may have politicians and elites, sometimes we have people with good intentions without any connection to reality. They've never been with someone poor, they've never been with someone vulnerable. So that's why I tend to hear from these goodwill people, yes, in position of power. You don't need to be evil. And I'm not putting a label here. You may be a good individual, a good academic of high standard, a high reputation. However, if you don't have any contact with real poverty, any contact with real financial issues, how can you ask people to follow your ideas? That's why, sometimes it's that kind of idea, and I teach philosophy of law, I teach political theory. However, I always tell my students, there is the reality as well we need to incorporate, because it cannot be possible that you talk about global fairness when someone, I was saying that yesterday and today, very, very shortly at the beginning, when someone does not have access to clean water. Yes. So you are asking me if someone should have access to education. Let's say in Africa, I was part of a mini conference with Street Child UK. They have representation in 14 countries in Africa. And they were explaining many countries are going into lockdown right now in Africa because the pandemic there is growing quite fast. There are countries with very few places in hospitals and so on. And in terms of education, they were advising children to stay at home, their families, and to do the lessons online. And these people were telling us, and I know that because that's the reality in Latin America in many places. You cannot tell these people to keep their children in their houses because they don't even have money to buy a pen or a pencil, let alone to have internet connection. So if these children stay at home, they will miss completely their education. So, there is an option there that these even goodwill people in position of power, that's why it's so important to define the we as well. So who will define these terms? Democracy, inclusion, and so on. Why? Because sometimes even goodwill people are so far detached, so far remote from reality that even their good intentions are not enough. Yeah. So that's why, coming back to you, it's first of all how to define political representation, and the other one, and I'm following your way of thinking, how to define the we. Yeah, it's not only about elites, it's not only about experts. I think it's a combination. It's experts, people from everywhere, but as well this sense of awareness that this reality is hitting other classes within, our own countries.
Yes, you make a very good point, but I would draw a distinction between two things. Justification and rulemaking. I mean that there can be elites, experts, whoever, who may be engaged in rulemaking and definition of rules. I mean, what they really mean and what mean the concepts which are included in them, and how these elites can justify their power. They can say that we are enabled because we are elected by democratic elections, or because we have inherited our power, if it is monarchy, from our predecessors, and so on and so on.
Bolsonaro in Brazil. Yeah, well, yeah.
Yes, that's it. So I think that, in terms of the legal process, it is not so much important how something is justified, because it is first decided and then justified, usually. So
completely agreed with that point. Yes, my mentor, she passed away many years ago, and she used to tell me the same. We have military government in Argentina. And she used to tell me, because she was part at the time, she was teaching when the military government came. Again, she died many years ago, but I was very young when I was part of her team. She adopted me. That's how I started academia, Doctora Lopez. And she used a friend of Buligins. She was of that group, Buligin and Doctora Lopez. They were the same. And she used to tell me, what you're telling me 20 years later, exactly the same. The military government create commissions, create groups with, already the rules, and they will look for the justification. But first of all, they will create the rule, they will implement the rule, and then will look for the justification. Exactly what you're telling me now. Thank you for that, because you hit the nerve here. Thank you. It's very interesting.
Yes, I think that it's not only about military regimes or undemocratic regimes in Russia, for example. It is something that I see now in the Corona crisis. For example, in Germany, well, one of the most democratic countries in the world, but they first adopt rules. You sit at home or you don't stay at home. You open up shops if they are not more than 800 square meters. Why 800? Why not 700? And so on and so on. You may have very many legal rules which are taken by democratically elected bodies. But some of them are not justified. Some of them are weakly justified. Some of them are more or less persuasively justified, but justification comes only afterwards. That's it. It's like the judge who decides the case, who wins, who loses, and then make a justification. I think it works more or less the same way.
Perfect. I think we have a question here. One point. Dina, we have Dina. Yes, Dina?
Yeah, I think the points you've just raised, Jorge, are very, very relevant, especially if we try to go back to the basics of the sovereignty, the way the whole sort of structure of sovereign being established. I mean, even in the words of Boden, and the way we are talking about the one of the power, or the competence in the German context, and so on. I mean, it's very important as well to realize that the way this sort of interpretation developed could sometimes be based very much on abstract, even in theoretical sort of interpretation. And this abstract would create further sort of issues, because I mean, what good could the abstract bring? And this abstract doesn't have to be produced only in a further proximity in terms of a place and time and different realities of regions and so on. No, even within, I mean, because there is the argument of the fact that this sovereignty does create, I mean, if we stick to the point that you have just raised, to the point that we have already the decision made and all of this sort of interpretation is brought to serve a specific sort of purpose. So, I mean, yes, this is a different reading, but how about the way it has been established? This brings us back to the question of establishing law and to the Schmitten sort of dynamics explained as well. Commissarial sovereign or dictator, and what's exactly is there a difference? What's exactly the difference between them? Again, the question about the law, and is the law very much deviant from the politics and so on. I enjoyed both papers very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Mikhail, do you want to say anything?
Yes, very shortly. I fully agree with you. And what I'm trying to show in my comparative analysis of Russian and, let's say, Western understanding of sovereignty is that we look at this concept, we use the same word, but we look at this concept from different perspectives. For in Russian legal parlance, sovereign is the concept which is personalized. It's always personalized. It's not an abstract idea. Like in the West, I mean, if you take Baudin or Hobbes, this is abstract. In Russian legal parlance, a sovereign is someone who has real power. If you don't have real power, you are not sovereign. You are not самодержавец. You are not owner of your own political power. And this, well, I would not reformulate it in Schmittian terms of commissarian or sovereign power, but it is, to give a very short answer to your question, it is one of possible applications of this method. We just see how we use the same term. What is its historical origins, why we think differently, and how it can lead to discrepancies, misunderstandings. So that's it.
I once again, you know how we define the we. I've seen it's been changing gradually in Argentina, but what you see about how to, you know, define sovereignty, you know, through a person, or you know, or something more abstract. And I've seen that in many countries in Latin America, usually the leader, and that's how it's so connected in terms of, I write, you know, my next book, one of the things, the leader prestige, and they have, to me, a direct influence in terms of, you know, things like Crimea, like Falkland or Malvinas Islands, Gibraltar, Jerusalem. To keep the conflict gives our leaders a higher payoff than to get a solution. So usually by creating or by having an enemy outside, right now the enemy is China because they got the coronavirus. You know, it was at the time Syria or Afghanistan. So, you know, in that sense, our leaders, when we have this kind of society, that's why I understand, you know, the Russian society in that sense, because that was my childhood. And when I used to be a teenager, we used to have those kind of leaders. Still very similar. We are a bit more democratic in Argentina now, but we still have that kind of game, you know, representation in the sense, although we embrace this theoretical idea of sovereignty, the reality is we go for leaders. You know, so I understand the difference you make between, you know, the person, so the sovereignty within the person or for the person, and that's when they claim to be absolute. Or this idea of hypothetical sovereignty, when you can discuss whether there are limitations or not. But if you are talking about someone, a leader, I'm putting Putin because you're in Russia and nothing against him, but, you know, or here in Bolsonaro in Brazil, these absolute leaders that may have, you know, the right to cancel the parliament because of the coronavirus, or to cancel the democratic decisions because of, it has to be with the reality in different societies. The thing is, with democratic societies as well, because what we see in Russia, and I've seen in Argentina, and we may see in other countries, we see as well in the US, with someone like Donald Trump. So even with very highly democratic societies, we tend to see when it's more convenient to political, you know, because of political reasons, we tend to shift between the idea of the theoretical idea of abstract sovereignty to a more personal take on sovereignty, you know, related to who is the leader. So thank you very much for that. I don't think, I don't know if you want to add anything else. Do we have any other question? I don't think we have more questions. Mikhail, do you want to say anything else? Because I don't think Vasily, I can see him, but I don't think his sound is not working. Do you want to say anything else, Mikhail? No? Perfect. Thank you very much. And I think because we would have finished at about 7 with Rafal. Thank you for Rafal. He sent a message yesterday. Unfortunately, he is unwell. So we were waiting until today. He couldn't make it today. So thank you, Rafal, because he sent his work, but unfortunately he couldn't be with us. And as well, thank you to Vasily. He's right now in Moscow, but his connection is very weak. So thank you all the speakers, in particular the ones today, Sam, Daniel, Clarice, Mijail, Vasily, thank you very much, and even Rafal. Now, what we are going to do today, what we did yesterday for the ones that were not here, we are going to say goodbye all together. So I'd like to start with the speakers. Sam, if are you still there, Sam?
Yeah.
Daniel, Clarice, just what you want to say to all the audience, because again, this is being recorded and transmitted live. So this will be repeated times and times again. So for posterity, Sam, then we'll follow with Daniel, Clarice, Mijail, any of the attendees, as we did yesterday. So any of the attendees, if you want to say anything again, today is the last day of the, and then we'll finish with Daniel and myself again. Thank you very much all. And again, Sam, if you want to start.
Well, yeah, just to say thank you to you and Danielle for organising this, and thank you to everybody who listened to the talks and the other speakers. I think it's been an unusual set of circumstances, but I think it's worked really well. So yeah, just thanks for everybody really for participating and making it so much fun.
Thank you very much to you, Sam. Thank you very much, because we had a paper. He was supposed to come to Manchester and in the middle of this situation. So thank you very much, Sam. Very, very, very flexible. Do we have Danielle?
Yes.
Yes, Danielle, you.
I just want to thank you all for staying here with us, and you and Danielle for the organization, and be very and express my sensation of success. I seriously didn't think it could be possible to have this format of conference so well. It was a thrilling experience for me. I learned a lot both days. So thank you a lot for this experience. And I'm willing to be part of other similar roundtables and conference soon.
Thank you, Daniel. Obrigado, Brasil. Brasil, eu te amo. Now let's go to Clarice.
Oh, I'd like to thank you very much for the invitation, Jorge, to congratulate you all, you and Daniele, for organizing all this in such a different platform. And I think me and Danny will learn a lot with this initiative to do something like this in Brazil, at ASAP Brazil. And as we were talking, it was really nice to have different opinions, different points of view from different parts of the world, and we seem so close through this Zoom meeting. So I am totally open to new formats like podcasts and different conferences. I think we should keep together discussing and talking, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Obrigado. Now, Mijail.
Well, my heartfelt thanks to Jorge, because we were thinking about organizing this event for several months, and I know all forts and backs we have had to come to Manchester and not come, how to organize it. And I was also not sure about the success, because I'm not so well, not so friendly with IT technologies. And so I was just wondering how it would work out. And but it worked out very well, I would say, excellent. And thank you so much, Jorge, for picking up such great speakers and participants. And surely I thank all participants, speakers, attendees who contributed to this success.
Thank you very much, Spasiba. And I want to say to people, because Mijail was behind the original idea. He was behind 2016. We had the first Russian or British-Russian symposium. So we did that together. We've been working for a number of years together. I want to say this because Mijail was as well behind this idea. And we started working, for you to imagine, 6 to 8 months ago on the original Congress. So thanks to Mijail for trusting me because we had many talks. Some people dropped down, you know, because and Mijail was still with me working. So thank you. I mean that. Thank you, Mijail. And now let's move on to the attendees. Any attendees want to say anything?
Oh, well, I
Francis.
just, yeah, sorry. I've been listening to all the papers and I'm really impressed. But above all, this format has taken away the burden of lockdown. And I've thoroughly enjoyed it in the back of my garden, listening to great ideas and participating as I did yesterday. But I think it's there's a lot of food for thought in what you guys have said, what the papers have revealed, and we'll be looking at that in terms of talking to students, teaching our students, and also just discussing among colleagues. So thank you all very much, and you have a good stay safe and keep well in these terrible times. But as you say, from what you've said, it's not so terrible after all, because it's a big game changer for the world, and I hope that we can go our way and give the message out that, you know, we need to get to a new normal, not now, not as we are, but not as we were before, but somewhere in the middle, where we can take into account all the different peoples in the world and their different conditions and states of being. So thank you, and you have a good weekend, what is left.
Thank you very much. Anybody else? I can see here. Anna, can I ask you to share that? We need more of this. Would you mind sharing that with us? Anna, are you there? Or any other of the attendees? I'm simply reading some of the comments. So
hi, Jorge. Hi.
Yes.
Hi, everyone. How are you? Thanks ever so much for
I had to ask you because I really like your comments. So if you don't mind sharing, you know, that with us.
I loved it both days. I couldn't attend most of today, but okay, I mean, busy with other things. So I joined late. I'm terribly sorry, Sam, I've missed your paper, but I've attended the rest. So yeah, I loved it. It was an excellent conference for both days. I think most of the papers connect in a very specific way. And I would like to share this with everyone now. I don't think that we should wait for the actual conference of next year. Maybe we should push for publication, probably as a special issue in a journal or maybe an edited collection. I think the edited collection would take more time. Hence, I would go for a special issue. If any of the participants are interested to send their papers. So yeah, I think there's a clear sort of like connection between the papers as well, both days and all of the panels. So I don't think it should be a problem, you know, for publication.
Perfect. Thank you very much, and thank you for coming both days, Anna.
Thank you for everything, Jorge.
We are having a very good weather, you know, in the UK. So thank you for staying with us, and Francis as well.
And I'm staying in. I'm staying at home, and I'm staying safe, Jorge. And I would recommend everyone to ignore the beautiful weather and stay safe and at home.
And I have to tell people that if you were not there today, Anna is from Greece, so you can imagine how hard it is for her to miss this lovely weather. So
yeah. Do you think staying indoors, Jorge, is a matter of nationality, isn't it? Yeah.
Ευχαριστώ.
Καλό, Jorge, να είσαι καλά.
Any other attendee? I don't know, Wei, because you said something yesterday. I don't know if you want to say something. Yes.
Yeah. I'm very appreciative that I can have this precious chance to participate in this meeting. Actually, I've received many emails from Juris laws from you, but this is the first time that I actually have the chance to participate per video conference. Yeah, so I think as a citizen from Wuhan, I think I need to share the information that what we have learned from the sorrowful lessons, yeah, in last 2 months. I'm also appreciated that we can not only fight with the virus, but also learn how to cooperate and find a way to a new normality, maybe a renaissance of the globalization. Yeah, that's my last comment.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much, Wei. And now, anybody else? If not, we'll go to Daniel. I don't know. We have people from Mexico. I don't know if anyone wants to represent Mexico. If not, I'll move to Daniel. No? Vasily. Vasily, he's saying here, thank you all. Yeah, he can listen to us. Yeah, he's having problems, so he's sending. Yes, thank you to all of us from Moscow. Thank you, Vasily, for being with us. At least we got your presentation, so thank you very much. I know how hard it is. Daniel, are you there? We can close if you want. So if you have any message.
Yeah, just thank you everyone for participating, especially Jorge for like bringing us all together. I think it's been a really interesting couple of days, and I really hope we can continue this like momentum for change, particularly as COVID evolves. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Daniel. Again, two people, I said this yesterday, but Mijael wasn't with us. Two people I want to say thank you. Mijael, you know, we started together with this original idea many years ago, and we are doing this every 2 or 3 years. And even the coronavirus didn't stop us. So thank you very much, Mijael, for the collaboration. No, because I believe in collaboration. So people who know me, they know that. Daniel, in particular to Daniel, thank you very much, because the last few weeks, 4 weeks, 2 months, we've been learning so much with Daniel, having meetings every other day, at least once a week. You cannot have an idea how much work we put into this. So thank you, Daniel. I mean that, because you were there all the way here, you know, with the transition. 2 things, action plans, because I don't believe in only theory. I teach theory, I don't believe only in theory. Action plans, we've already talked with Clarice, Sao Paulo, ASAP Brazil. So we are thinking of doing this, not such a formal thing, you know, with papers, but round tables. So I'll send an email probably sometime this week. Give me 1 or 2 days to rest. But I'll send an email to all Juris North, and Daniel will do it with ASAP as well, and we'll connect with the other chapters through ASAP UK. We are planning to do roundtables, so to take this further, you know, as an action plan. Roundtables for discussion, some of them we'll share live with the public, some of them will be for us. You know, so to put what we are saying now, this new modernity into action, you know, so policy making, I'm talking. So now that we have, you know, a community of scientists and we are all interested in bringing a new change, let's start working now. So that's, you know, point 1. Anna mentioned publication. We already have a special issue assigned by ASAP Global. It will be a special issue on this event. Again, I'll send all this information in the week with the details about abstract submissions and so on. I didn't pay too much attention because I wanted to prioritize these 2 days. But I'll send you know, this. I'm already getting some papers from Brazil, some papers from the UK. But again, I'll send the instruction about this special edition this week. The other thing I wanted to finish, how we started yesterday. We can think of the problem, the coronavirus, or we can think, and I'm not being, you know, here in terms of wishful thinking of, you know, ideals. I'm thinking we have an opportunity, you know, an opportunity to make something better. We shouldn't be, I'm not talking about, you know, revolution in the sense of violence. I'm talking about an intellectual revolution. That's why the idea was to bring a message of reconciliation. People from Wuhan here, now in Germany, stranded. We have someone else from Russia, one of my friends, now in Germany, you know, far from his family. We have people from Brazil today, people talking about Syria, Greece, living in London. Well, many different realities. We have a common thread here, from the individual to the community to the government. We seem to see a disconnection between, you know, what it ought to be, what the law is telling us, and the real, you know, issues behind. So I think, again, we have to bring a message of reconciliation, of cooperation, but we have the opportunity to do something about it. You know, that's what I talk about, intellectual revolution. And we are going to start, you know, with this action plan, the roundtables. The other thing I mentioned yesterday, and I'm going to say again, we are, and I believe this, a new breed of academics. You know, not that much in terms of CV, but in terms of we work for people and we are here because of these people, because we are part of communities. So let's do something about it. I insist, I think we need a new breed of academics, and we are that new breed of academics. 2 or 3 last points. We brought, and I think we did that, a word of calm and solidarity. Solidarity because we didn't need to do this. We could have been doing something else, and we are working together today and yesterday for people. And again, in a calm way. We are not panicking, although we all have issues with our families being far. My family is all in Argentina, and I'm 10,000 kilometers away from them. And still we are doing this in total calm. To my Muslim friends, once again, a blessed Ramadan, as I said yesterday. And again, the last thing I wanted to say, and I said this yesterday, we have a moment now in which we must stand together. Yes. We have an option, like many people do, many governments, many politicians, many academics. I have to say that many academics do the same. They wash their hands, yes? And I'm not talking literally. So we have an opportunity to stand together. Let's do it. Thank you very much. And we'll send you an email probably in the week about the roundtables. So we have an action plan in place. Thank you very much. Gracias, Efaristo. Obrigado. Y gracias Latinoamérica, Argentina, Brasil, México, Panamá, Guatemala, Uruguay, Bolivia, Haití, Puerto Rico, todo Latinoamérica, los amo. See you next time.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye. Bye.